Live from the Coors Light Studios. Live from the Coors Light Studios, it's the Rip City Drive with Chad Doing. Coors Light, cold as the Rockies. Please drink responsibly.
Takes the loose puck, knocked away, and here's Nikolai Ehlers playing his way. And the Canes are going to send Ehlers. Ehlers on a partial break. Ehlers drives, shoots, he scores! Nikolai Ehlers, 2 for 2, my friend, as the Carolina Hurricanes are flying out to a 2-0 lead in Game 1.
He's got friends elsewhere, so downplayed it a little bit. Puck is in behind the Vegas goal, and a shot! Score! William Karlsson from Mitch Marner. 3 straight goals for the Knights. They lead it 3-2.
Hannafin can't clear center point. Miller, shot taken. They score! It's Jordan Stahl! DeAndre Miller keeps the zone. The captain gets it in the dead slot. And Carolina has tied game 1.
A little more touch. Sissons might have been in the clear down the slot. Hurdle from the right side. Give and go. He shoots. He scores! Tomas Hurdle. 5-4 Knights. 3:24 to go in the third period. It goes to the corner, and another try blocked. The game is over. Vegas takes game 1. 5-4. Their 7th come-from-behind victory this postseason.
You get out of the East. You're supposed to get out of the East. It's the East. Of course you're supposed to get out of the East. That don't just mean you win a championship because you get out of the East. It's the East. Great. It's the East.
Strap in.
All right, this, of course, is the great Al Jarreau. God rest his soul. And really, Draymond there in the open was hitting on the key point and the dilemma going into this series with the Knicks and the Spurs, which kicks off tonight, game 1 of the NBA Finals. I love watching the Knicks play basketball right now. 11 straight wins. They have dominated the Eastern Conference. But the real question is, how much of their dominance is fool's gold? And I'm not trying to chip away or take shots at the Knicks. I think Mike Brown's done a tremendous job during this playoff run. Jalen Brunson is one of my favorite players in the NBA. I have a man crush on Mikal Bridges. Like, there's so many different things I love about this particular group. I really do. But I think it would be a fool's errand not to at least acknowledge the pathway that the Knicks have had to the NBA Finals. They took out Atlanta, a flawed playoff team. They got down 2-1 and then exploded and dominated that series, winning it in 6. They then advanced into the semifinals to meet the Philadelphia 76ers, which were basically a disaster. Joel Embiid, like you might expect, was basically unavailable in the series, ineffective, and the Knicks dominated that series. And then they cruise into the Eastern Conference Final to take on a flawed Cavaliers team that had just played back-to-back 7-game series. And they swept them right out of the postseason. So I'm not taking a shot at the Knicks. I love that team, and I really like what they're doing right now. And I like the way that they're put together, the length and the physicality and the playmaking on that roster, and Jalen Brunson and the job Mike Brown has done. But their pathway has been, much easier than, let's say, the Oklahoma City Thunder, who I think are more battle-tested as we get ready for Game 1 tonight. They had to face the Portland Trail Blazers in round number 1, who I thought provided a stiff challenge. They won a game on the road in San Antonio. They were up by double digits in the second half of both games, 3 and 4 at Moda Center. And then Portland bowed out in 5 games. They then took on the Minnesota Timberwolves, who are that one team in the West that no one wants to face because of their physicality, their defense, Anthony Edwards, Rudy Gobert, and the rest of that group. Very physical basketball team. And then they took on what I thought was the best team in the NBA in the Thunder and disposed of them. So the pathway for the Spurs more difficult. They're more battle-tested, but the Knicks have the advantage of not being banged up, not having to play as many games. They've only played 4 games since May 10th, if you can believe that. So I like the rest, and I'm always going to take rest 100% of the time. You give me the choice. If I can play tomorrow, if I can get 8-9 days off before the finals begin, I want the 8 to 9 days off. I want OG Anunoby to be 100%. I want my guys to be mentally and physically rested so that when the finals get underway, you've got that energy you can draw from to be able to get the job done. And when I say that, I'm thinking of guys like Jalen Brunson. Brunson's going to have to work his tail off against the physical guards of the Spurs to get to his spots, to get his shots up and be able to score. And they're going to need him to make shots. more importantly, not just battling the physicality of Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle, but that means he's going to have to work harder to get to his spots and get his shots up. But then navigating the paint when you got freaking Victor Wembanyama in there, that's going to be tough. So I like the fact that Knicks are rested, but the Spurs are battle-tested coming off the win over Oklahoma City. And the good news is for San Antonio, they haven't had the type of rest the Knicks have, but they did get 3 full days off after the victory on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. And they have home court advantage, so they didn't have to travel, across the country or to New York City. They're able to get full rest of 3 days at home in their own beds before the finals kick off tonight. And that's where we're at. The Spurs right now a 5-point favorite in game one. They're about minus 190 to 200 for the series. So they're favored, but not, dominant favorites. And the Knicks right now, I think, are getting good value at about, plus 160 for the series. I think this is going to be a long series. I think it's going to be ultra competitive, and I can't wait to watch it. So if you got thoughts on the NBA Finals, if you have interest in that, hit me up right now, 503-248-0620. Your telephone number here to reach out to the Rip City Drive is 503-248-0620. You can hit me up on social media. You'll find me there at Chad and Rip City. And jump on. Anything you want to talk about is fine by me. 503-248-0620. Coming up on the show, here in about 15 minutes, we're going to talk with Dave Deckard of BlazersEdge.com. I want to get his take on the matchup in the NBA Finals with the Spurs and the Knicks. First time New York's been back to the NBA Finals in 27 years, if you can believe that. So we'll get his take on the matchup and what he's looking for in Game 1 tonight. But also I want to dig a little bit deeper on the Blazers potentially going big game hunting, namely for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Should they do it? Does that make sense? Giannis right now is 31 years of age. He'll hit 32 during the season, the upcoming season in the NBA. Does it make sense for the Blazers to sacrifice a number of young assets to bring in a player the caliber of Giannis? And we'll ask him about that. And would you make that move? What do you think? And I'll tell you one guy I would love to hear from today, my good friend from Clark College, East Coast Earl. He is the biggest Knick fan that I know. He loves New York basketball. I respect the heck out of the guy. He is one of the kindest gentlemen I've ever met, but he's all about the Knicks, and I understand that. And for Knick fans, a lot of them are diehards, and that city right now is on fire because of what the Knicks are doing. And so, East Coast Earl, you got to call into the show today, brother. I need to know what you're thinking, how you're feeling, and what you think about the matchup with the finals. I think we're looking at probably a 7-game series. This could be an instant classic, and I expect a good back-and-forth affair. And East Coast Earl has just hit me up. He said, yes, the finals will be an uphill climb for New York, but we're winning this in 6. I'll be on your show afterwards. Now, East Coast Earl, you got to call in today, brother. I need to hear your voice. I need to know what's going on in your mind and what you think the key matchup is. I mentioned this yesterday. There's 2 keys I'm really going to pay attention to in this series for both sides. Number one, obviously, Victor Wembanyama. He is the best player. He is the guy that we're all going to watch. He's the alien. And he's the one guy that nobody in the NBA truly has an answer for. Now, fortunately, for the Knicks and everybody else, he hasn't developed a go-to move yet. He's not refined. He's going to get there, but he's not there yet. So there are a couple of minor holes in his game that he's got to continue to work on. But really, for me, it all comes down to mindset for Wembanyama. If he comes out with that physical mindset where he's going to be aggressive and look to establish himself in the paint, the Knicks are going to have issues. Now, if Wembanyama, like we saw 3 times against Oklahoma City, comes out, he's deferring, he's not being aggressive to get to his spots, he's not looking for ways to get into the paint, his teammates aren't trying to get him to go down low in the painted area and throw lob passes to him, and he's relegated to that mid-range, the Knicks are going to have some success in those spots. So, mindset. How does Wembanyama approach Game 1? How does he approach the series? And will he be able to dominate down low around the rim in the paint on both ends of the floor? I think the key player, a couple of key guys for the Knicks. Number one is Josh Hart. The reason why Josh Hart is going to be critical in this series is that the Spurs are most definitely going to put Wemby on Hart the majority of the series. Now, the reason why you do this is Josh Hart is not a significant threat to go off point-wise. Now, he shot the 3 ball at better than 42% during the regular season. He was 49% from the corners during the regular season. Both of those numbers have dropped in the playoffs. I think he's about 31% from three in the postseason, around 36% from the corners. So why not put Wemby on him and allow him to shoot? They're going to dare Josh Hart to jack up threes. And the reason why you do that with Wemby is that it allows him to free up and be able to roam and be a rim protector, where he can create havoc with his length and his shot blocking ability. Now, if Josh Hart is able to hit threes at a high percentage, like we saw in the first three games of the Western Conference Final with Alex Caruso, I mean, he shot 61% from three in the first three games. He got a lot of open looks. So Josh Hart's going to have to make him pay, because what you hope to do if you're the Knicks is to draw Wemby away from the basket. Because if he's around the basket and he doesn't feel the need to go out and protect at the three-point line, then that's going to create issues for the Knicks trying to get points in the paint. Now, the good thing about the Knicks and Jalen position, they've got guys who can hit the mid-range, like guys like Mikal Bridges and Jalen Brunson. They've got guys who can hit the mid-range, like guys like Mikal Bridges and Jalen Brunson. They can shoot the three ball. The Knicks are very versatile offensively. I think that's going to help them in this series. So keep an eye on that. But Josh Hart's going to have to be effective from downtown in the series if the Knicks are going to win a championship. Now, keep this in mind, too. Karl Anthony Towns is going to be critical for the Knicks for a couple of different reasons. One, he's been kind of the special straw that stirs the drink for the Knicks ever since they really turned him into the facilitator midway through the Atlanta series. He's also a guy that you have to respect from downtown because he can flat out shoot the basketball. So in those moments throughout the series where they have Wemby on Towns, and the reason why you don't want Wemby covering Towns throughout the entire series is because Wemby would be pulled away from the basket. So keep that in mind. But if the smaller guys like Julian Champagnie and the others are unable to contain Cat, they're going to have to use Wemby on Karl Anthony Towns, and that allows Cat to be able to pull him away from the basket. So fairly important for these other guys to be able to step up and do a good job on Towns so that Wemby can stay home and defend. The other thing to keep in mind, too, the guards for the Spurs, namely Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle, they are physical guys who have been really getting after it on both ends. Defensively, they're going to touch you. They're going to put their body on you. We'll see what the refs let them get away with. But offensively, they were able to overpower the Thunder's smaller guards and get into the painted area and get shots right at the rim. They're not going to have as easy of a time against the Knicks because of OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges. The Knicks are a bigger, longer, more physical basketball team than what the Thunder had. And I think that's going to allow them to have more success defensively against Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle. So I'm really fascinated by the matchup. I think it's a much closer matchup than what a lot of people think in their minds because this Knicks team is legit, and the Spurs are legit. And as I mentioned before, I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm pulling for the Knicks just because I like this team. But more importantly, I just want drama. The longer the series goes, hopefully we'll get tighter basketball games than what we saw in the Western Conference Final and the Eastern Conference Final. I want the drama. I want high-pressure moments where we have a chance to see Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, and Victor Wembanyama, and the young guards, Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle, have a chance to be a star. All right, so I'll take your thoughts. Who do you think is, if you take Jalen Brunson and Victor Wembanyama out, who are the most likely MVP candidates for the Spurs and the Knicks? What's your prediction for this series? We'll talk about all of it. I want to hear your voice, 503-248-0620. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll get to your phone calls, and we'll talk about the matchup with Dave Deckard of BlazersEdge.com here on the Rip City Drive on your home of the Blazers, Rip City Radio 620. All right, Dave Deckard, BlazersEdge.com, coming up in just a moment. Let's go out to Shane in Portland. Wants to talk about the Crew tonight. Shane, welcome to the show, brother. What's on your mind?
What's on my mind? Well, I don't have a dog in the fight either, but when Scott Foster's Crew is officiating the Knicks in a playoff game, what do you think they're doing against the spread?
Well, I think Scott Foster is known as the extender, so when he's brought in, he's going to make sure the series goes as long as possible.
How about 9-0 against the spread?
Oh, that's pretty good. Is he on the Crew tonight?
Yep, game one. So, that gives me a reason to put a couple of dinero down on that game. So, Foster's Australian for bad reffing.
You might want to sprinkle some in on the money line with that information in mind.
It might happen. I'm on my way to A.
All right, Shane. Good luck tonight, brother. All right, there's Shane. He's on his way to A with the information that Scott Foster is going to be on the Crew. All right, this guy here is a great friend. He is the man behind BlazersEdge.com. Dave Deckard is back on the Rip City Drive. Dave, welcome back to the show, buddy. NBA Finals tonight.
Yep, we've been waiting about a month and a half to see how this is going to play out. Let's get it on, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what the mindset is going to be game to game in the series from Victor Wembanyama, because it was pretty obvious in the Western Conference Finals in the games where he was aggressive early and established himself in the paint, the Spurs won. But in the games they lost in the three, he was relegated more to that mid-range area, and, the Thunder had great success. So I'm really anxious to see how the young guy does game to game, the mindset and the aggressiveness, and whether or not he can establish that position down low.
Well, and the other thing is, how much does New York beat them up for it? I know Oklahoma City tried, but they don't have quite the same personnel, and they had some injuries. New York isn't great in the front court. It's not like they have superstars up there, and they certainly don't have the size, but they do have veterans. They're all veterans, right? And they know how to put elbows in, how to shove and push and get their knee into your thigh and that kind of thing. So we will see whether they make life miserable for him, try to physically discourage him from going down low early.
Dave, most of our life, in fact, my entire life watching the NBA, there's always been this rite of passage where the young teams without the playoff experience have had to go through that refining fire of taking some losses, going through some difficult series, and then with that experience, they eventually learn how to get over the hump and get the job done. I've seen that with multiple teams over the years. But the Spurs, my thought going into the postseason was, I loved how they were playing basketball, but I thought at some point the experience might catch up with them. But thus far, they've been able to buck that trend, and Victor Wembanyama has been the difference maker. But their young guards, especially Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle, they haven't played like guys with no experience. Very impressive to me.
Yeah, there are a few differences now. One, you mentioned, Wembanyama is the answer, right? It's because he is just that different. And we're also playing in a league where the officiating is different. You can't touch people as much. It's not as much bump and grind. Also, you have the three-point arc being very heavy and spreading the floor, which means there are fewer people around each offensive player on a regular basis. All of that frees up the floor and prevents the defense from being able to make the same impact that they used to have, say, back in the 80s, 90s, or even the early 2000s. Now, this has been true for a couple decades, but again, we haven't had that generational center for a couple decades either. Who was the last really, really, really great dominant center? Before you got to Jokic and Embiid, it was kind of Shaq. There was a lull there. And then Jokic is obviously fantastic, one of the best players ever, but he does it a lot with his passing, his kind of all-around game. Embiid is on and off in terms of his presence on the floor. Now you got a guy who's different than everybody else, who plays in the middle in a way that nobody's seen for 30 years, if ever, who blocks shots like, Dikembe Mutombo, who can get shots over anybody and who moves around lightning quick, which is different than any other center before him of his size and is perfect for today's NBA. What you've got is basically the perfect storm. What'll be interesting is, let's say, I think they're not close yet, but let's say the Spurs do go off on a generational run where they become the next dynasty. In 10 years, does the league start changing these rules a little bit to prevent some of this stuff from happening? Do they go back the other way, allow more physicality? Or do they move the three-point arc, which people have been talking about, or a lot of other things? It just so happens that San Antonio is really well set up to take advantage of the environment right now, and it's showing.
You know what's amazing, Dave? This will be the 8th consecutive year where we're going to have a different NBA champion. Isn't it pretty wild to see how the NBA's changed over the last decade, where we're now moving away from the dynasties and now we're getting parity year to year? I never thought that would happen with the NBA, but yet here we are.
It is kind of, but is it really parity? I think that's an open question. It is in the basic sense where different people are winning, but are these teams getting to the top, staying at the top, and we're seeing quality matchups every year from basically a consistent roster of teams who have been built well? I am not sure. I'm not convinced that that's actually what we're seeing.
Yeah.
We're kind of in an era where, somebody's going to win it, and there's teams that are going to be good every year, but they don't stay together long enough, or there are injuries, or something else happens. Now, the great hope, of course, is that the Oklahoma City Thunder continue to be really, really good, and the Spurs come up and stick. Then at least you've got a generational rivalry, and maybe then they pass that back and forth and whatever. It's a little bit more like the Boston Lakers thing that we had, back in the 80s. I think the league needs a little bit of that, or the league needs more consistency among 6 or 8 teams at least, and have that layer permeable enough that other teams can get up there. What I'm getting right now is a lot of randomness and almost chaos, and I fear that the new lottery rules and other things about the league are just going to encourage that randomness to where the title almost loses the meaning it used to have. You used to know when a team won the NBA championship, they were legitimately great, and you would talk about them for years, if not decades. Now we can't even remember who won 4 years ago, not because it wasn't significant, but because they actually just weren't that good for that long, and I don't think that helps the league.
All right, we're talking with Dave Decker, BlazersEdge.com. Let's take Jalen Brunson and Victor Wembanyama out of the discussion for a moment. Give me a player from each team that you think is going to be critical in determining the outcome of the series.
Well, it's harder with New York, right? Because you have a lot of candidates. Obviously, Mikal Bridges was the guy who was advertised as the next guy up. But, really, OG Anunoby in his own way and Karl Anthony Towns in his own way have been legitimately great. And, I think what I'm most interested in seeing is what Cat does on that side. Is he able to roam out there to hit threes, to pass, and spread the floor? If so, I think obviously New York needs to hit the distance shot. That's their one big hope. So there's some of that in there, but also, do the Spurs then have to dedicate Victor Wembanyama to chasing Cat around the floor, which will take him out of shot blocking position? I think right there is a key matchup. If Cat's not effective, or if they don't have to put Wemby on him out there, then I think the Spurs have a big advantage. On the other side, obviously Dylan Harper has come up big. He's the next one in order as far as draft picks.
Yeah.
But you've got to point at Stephon Castle. He has really blossomed in the all-around game. He can score when needed, but otherwise he plays smart ball, he plays defense, and he's the guy that's got, I think, most NBA observers going, hey, this guy is a real quality pick and has come on strong to be a player that you're forecasting to be a star, a productive, a winning star for years to come. So those may be a little bit obvious, but I think that in the finals, really the obvious matters.
All right, Dave, Victor Wembanyama is not the player that he's going to become. What's the next evolution in his game that he'll need from what you can see?
I mean, the big one that I think people fear is durability or injury, partially because we've seen that for centers already, but partially because his frame is still pretty slight, right? And because obviously the way he uses his body, he moves so quick. Now he can't put on too much weight because he's going to put too much pressure on those joints, right? So you don't want to see him bulk up huge, but I think a little more sturdy of a body will help him. I think that's the next big thing. Also, just as you pointed out, his offensive mindset especially. Can he get in the lane and dominate where no one can stop him? We know he can shoot the three. We know he can block shots. We know he's already one of the greatest players of his generation just for the other things that he does. But if he wants to become that Jordan or Shaq type figure, he needs to be able to get the ball down low and draw attention to him where he can pass out and nobody can stop him because the ball's above his head and is 15 feet in the air. Or, he can score on single coverage. I think once he gets that down, he'll be darn near unstoppable.
All right, Dave, you and I talked about this last time you came on the show. We were talking about the Blazers going big game hunting and looking to land a superstar. And, of course, the name that's been most connected through the rumor mill has been Giannis. And after my discussion with you, I've been thinking about this for quite some time. I've come to the conclusion that I don't want the Blazers to execute a deal to bring Giannis in. After talking with you, at the age of 31, he'll be 32 in the season next year. He doesn't really help the spacing issue in terms of shot ability, but most importantly, with the wear and tear on his body and the fact that he's going to be 32, we don't know how many more peak years Giannis has left, and I just don't want to sacrifice a bunch of young assets for the unknown. But that's where I come out on the Giannis idea now.
Yeah, we've written about this a couple of times. And look, if the Blazers got Giannis, they'd have a year or two of fun, right, depending on how long he stayed. And certainly you'd be excited. You wouldn't turn it down and say this was a horrible deal. But the thing is, A, does this get you what you want in the short term? And B, does it last? And the answer to those is probably both no. In the short term, the Blazers have an enormous problem. I mean, there's Oklahoma City, who is forecast to repeat as champions, and they are not going anywhere. They're still really good despite this Game 7 loss that they endured. Also, you have San Antonio that's been created by lottery luck, but very much still exists. And the problem with them is they're all approximately 12 years old. I mean, they're going to be around for the next 2 decades, being very, very good, and their rookie scale contracts even are going to run for the next 3 to 5 years. So for the next 3 to 5 years, you have that problem to deal with. Is Giannis going to be here or be productive 5 years from now? He is not. So in the short term, you have a big, big mountain to climb with at least 2 peaks there. And in the long term, his production is going to decline, just like you said. You've given up young players and draft picks to get him. So now you're not rebuilding or building stronger. So it looks like it's probably not the time to take a big gamble like that, even if you were inclined to, because you've got short-term headwinds and long-term futility.
Very interesting. When do you think it makes sense for the Blazers to have their next head coach, whoever that may be, in place? Is it before the draft? Is it by the draft? Is it in the next week? Like, what are your expectations there in terms of timing?
I doubt the head coach will have a big voice in the draft, in part because the Blazers don't really have a pick that we know of.
Yeah.
And if they trade in, they're trading to get a specific player that they're going to take no matter what. Nobody trades in the draft abstractly just because they want a pick. The pick's only as good as the player you get. If they trade in, they wanted that player. A coach is not going to determine that. So, I mean, obviously, you like that person to onboard as soon as they can just to get up to speed and whatever. But you know what? The rest of the off season is long. I think as long as they're in there by training camp, I'm not sure it's going to make an enormous difference. Obviously, you don't want a repeat of the chaos that they had last year, but they don't have to rush their decision if they're not inclined. The bigger question to me is who's going to take this job? I mean, who that they really, really want is going to sign on the dotted line with Portland. There's not a lot of attractiveness to the franchise right now, or at least they're not distinct. And so, I mean, I think the Blazers need to focus on enticing the right guy and getting him actually in-house rather than worrying about the timing.
All right, that makes sense. Final thing I wanted to discuss. You know, when I moved out here in 87, Shortly after that time, Rick Adelman was hired by the Trailblazers to be their head coach. And so I had a chance to be here and to watch the incredible run in the early 90s where the Blazers were one of the best teams in the NBA and went to the finals 2 out of 3 years. Rick Adelman was a key component in that. So how are you going to remember Rick Adelman, who passed away at the age of 79 a couple of days ago, in terms of franchise history?
Well, I think the first thing you have to say is Rick was an amazing person. And just, I think most people who were around him or encountered him felt warm, felt welcome, felt a sense of family. And he just gave that sense of security and general aura of goodness to the franchise and the people around him. And I think as a human being, that's what you remember first. As far as coaching, he was almost kind of ahead of his time. I mean, he wasn't Mike D'Antoni in Phoenix. He didn't make that kind of revolutionary difference. But he was one of those guys who said, okay, we need to play fast. We need to give the players their head and make sure that they feel empowered and can, make adjustments on the fly, read the floor, do what they need to do in order to maximize their abilities. Now, every coach wanted to maximize his players' abilities, but they usually did it by drawing up the correct plays. Rick had plays, but when push came to shove, you get guys like Clyde Drexler, like Jerome Kersey, barreling down the court. Rick basically said, you do what you do, and you make this play happen. And a lot of people actually kind of made fun of him or disparaged him at the time, saying, well, he just rolls out the ball and lets them play. I don't think they understood, A, how talented that team was, B, how easy it would have been for that team to start infighting with each other with the duplication of talent, and C, how good they really became under that fast-paced, freedom-based system. I think now it's completely different. Now everybody is playing in kind of that same style, but Adelman did it at a time where it was still relatively new and relatively rare, and he had the ability to pull it off and to help his players do so.
Yeah, what a legacy he left behind. And, I've went back and I've watched, and of course I watched all the games when they took place, but I've gone back and watched a lot of those playoff games on YouTube, and I just enjoyed the style of play. And you're right. That's the way I would explain it, especially with Clyde. He just let those guys play free. And you could tell and see in the way that they played how much fun they had. It was cool.
Yeah, exactly. And it was the right system for that group. Now, Phil Jackson with his triangle in Chicago, yes, that was the right system for them. It didn't really work well when it was tried other places. But for that team, it was fantastic. I think for those Blazers, it was really, really good. And you admire Rick's confidence, both in himself and in his players, for being able to institute it and pull it off.
All right. You got to check out the website, blazersedge.com. Dave Deckard is the man behind it. Hey, Dave, enjoy the NBA Finals, my friend. I love talking with you, and hopefully we'll get a compelling series.
Yeah, we will see. I mean, New York's going to have to pull a rabbit out of a hat, but let's see if they can do it. They've been bucking the odds for much of the playoffs, so let's hope they can do it one more time.
Well, here's one more question for you. My dilemma going in has been the Knicks' pathway. They have dominated with 11 straight wins, but it was against the Eastern Conference and opponents that you would not put up there near the top. Is that fool's gold, the 11 straight wins, or are they going to have a benefit because they're not banged up and they haven't expended a lot of energy? How do you see that?
I mean, we were going to say that of whoever came out of the East. New York had it easier, but that conference is not as good, right? So, look, the rest hopefully will advantage them. Also, again, I think their veteran status and ability to defend hard is their key, and the three-point shot is their big hope. But other than that, yeah, San Antonio now, it's almost like the West has created a monster. It couldn't have been worse in a sense, because had San Antonio breezed through, we might be going, oh, they're still too young, they're puppies, we don't know what's going on. But they just went through the crucible and came out ahead. They've got to have a lot of confidence in themselves and in each other, and that doesn't bode well for New York, no matter what New York tries to do. I fear, honestly, that this will be a short series. It feels like a Super Bowl thing where, the underdog always gets talked up before kickoff, and you say it enough times and mention them enough, you think they have a real chance, and then by halftime it's 45-3. That there's a real danger of that happening with the Spurs and Knicks right here. I hope New York can pull a rabbit out of their hat, but if someone's going to run away with it, it's going to be San Antonio.
All right, Dave Decker, BlazersEdge.com. Enjoy the series, my friend. Thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
All right, Dave Deckard, BlazersEdge.com. Feel free to jump on board, 503-248-0620. Game one of the finals tonight. And how about Las Vegas? The Carolina Hurricanes jumped out quickly. They got their first goal 25 seconds into game one last night, but the Golden Knights, as they've done throughout the course of the postseason, responded. They settled down and got the win in game number one. So not a good night for Tom Dundon. All right, 503-248-0620. Colin Amos, my good friend from the law offices of Goldberg Jones, Divorce and Men, will stop by in studio today at 4:20 to answer your questions. I appreciate your time. You got the Rip City Drive. A lot of them that I know do not speak kindly of Russell Wilson. That I know do not speak kindly of Russell Wilson, who is the best quarterback in franchise history and brought a Super Bowl to the city for the very first time. I'm a fan of Russ. I know he's a little bit awkward. Well, let's just be honest. He's a lot awkward on social media. He's kind of weird. His wife is super cool, and Russell is kind of a dork. Just the way it is. But he was a terrific player and put together a Hall of Fame career, and I do believe, based on numbers, that Russell Wilson is a Hall of Famer. Now, he has announced that after 14 seasons in the NFL, he's going to retire, and he's going to move into the television studio and work with CBS. And I think that's great for him. I like athletes that have a plan, that have that bridge from their playing days into the next phase of their life. It's important. I remember being in studio with Jerry Rice once when I worked down in San Francisco, and I asked him, and this is years and years after he had retired, I'm like, what have you found in your life to replace the charge that you get of running out on a football field on Sundays in the NFL? And he looked me dead in the eye and he was serious. He goes, I'm still searching. You know, it's hard for a lot of these high-level athletes that are ultra-competitive to transition into normal life after being a big-time star and playing in the NFL for years and years, because there's nothing that they can find that can duplicate the buzz that you get from being in that atmosphere. And then, of course, what most athletes will say, what they miss the most after they're done playing is the guys. Being in the locker room, being around the fellas, going through the grind together. You're kind of in your safety zone, that protective area inside the locker room where it's just you and the fellas. They love the connections that they have with their guys. And so I totally understand that. So for Russell Wilson, he's going to step into the television studio, and I'm happy for him because I want him to find that next thing, and I want him to be good at it. The problem is what a lot of these athletes who transition from the game into a role on television is that they, and he might discover this, we'll see, maybe he'll be great, but a lot of guys struggle with that transition because they don't want to be critical of players that they played with the year before or a couple of years before. These are all guys that they know. And if you want to be good on TV, you've got to be willing to share your opinion and not sugarcoat it. And that's why I always look to Charles Barkley. What makes Barkley great, and this goes for anyone that's done a heck of a job as a commentator in sports on television or radio. If you're open, honest, and transparent, and you share what's on your mind without filtering it, people are going to respect you. Even if they disagree with you, they're going to respect the fact that you're sharing your takes, what you honestly believe. That's the key. But if you come out and you're wishy-washy and you don't really have a stance and you're unwilling to be critical when the time comes for you to actually be critical, then it's not going to work. So I think that'll be the biggest challenge for Russ because he's very, what's the word I'm looking for? From what I can tell based on everything that he's done, everything's very well manicured. The way he presents himself, the way that he communicates, it's a little bit too perfect. And if you want to share your opinion and be critical, it can't be perfect like that. You just got to come out and say what's on your mind. So that's what I'm going to watch with Russ. Will he be able to be critical when the time calls for him to be critical? The reason why we all enjoy Charles Barkley, one, because he cracks up Shaq, and I love that, especially when he starts talking about the big old woman down in San Antonio, eating them churros, and talking about how Victoria's Secret is a secret down in San Antonio. That stuff cracks me up. So I love that. But most importantly, he just shares his opinions. He gives his opinions unvarnished, and that's what you want. That's what makes a good announcer. Now, Tom Brady, to his credit, and you got to keep in mind, like, I don't like Tom Brady because of the rivalry that existed between him and my favorite team for years. Like, he drove me crazy. And he's a cheater like Bill Belichick and the whole deal and the Patriots. Screw him. But I respect him because he's awesome. But that transition into the booth, 1 year, the first year, a little bit rough. But by year two, look at him, man. Well-prepared, well-spoken, willing to be critical when necessary, provides insight that I wouldn't even have thought of. Tom Brady is awesome. Officials on quarterbacks, whatever it takes, he just shares his take. Kurt on the officials, on quarterbacks, whatever it takes, he just shares his take. Kurt Warner, who's a really nice guy and one of my favorite non-Broncos to ever play in the NFL. Like, Kurt Warner was a delicious quarterback, especially taking Arizona to the Super Bowl. Amazing. He's learned how to be critical, not personal. There's a difference. Learning how to be critical when necessary. When someone's play does not live up to what it should be, he'll point it out and talk about what's going on. So can Russ do that? We'll find out. But there's no question in my mind Russ is a Hall of Famer. And I think Seahawks fans need to just let bygones be bygones and celebrate the great players in franchise history. Russ definitely being one of those players. All right, we'll keep things rolling. My man, Colin Amos, is going to join me in studio coming up at 4:20. Your telephone number, if you want to jump on board, 503-248-0620. I've got more thoughts on the finals. A few things I can share that annoy the crap out of me that I remembered today. Oh, my gosh. It's like sometimes it's just one thing after the other. I may have to give another doing kid rankings because my daughter took a dive probably into number 3 today. That was annoying. People on the roadways not knowing how to drive and being in the left lane, annoying. You know, the usual. And then I looked at the forecast for this weekend. I've got the big tournament coming up this weekend out at Willamette Valley Country Club. I don't know why, but it looks like there could be some rain difficulties. I hate that. All right, Colin Amos in studio, 420. You got the Rip City Drive. Hey, what's going on, my friends? Now, 4 o'clock NBA Finals launch tonight. Game 1, 5:30 on ABC. The Spurs favored by 5 over the Knicks. New York has only played 4 games since May 10th. They've won 11 straight on fire. First time New York's been in the finals in 27 years. Checking the Major League scoreboard for you. The Mets topped the Mariners 7-1 at T-Mobile Park. That's snapping an 8-game Seattle winning streak. White Sox shut out the Twins 8-zip. Tigers 7, Rays 2 in Tampa. Marlins 4, Nationals 1. Coming up later on tonight, the Dodgers are in Arizona to take on the Diamondbacks. That game has a first pitch of 6:40. It's going to be on MLB TV. And a couple of games in action right now. Top of the second in Philadelphia, Padres and Phillies are scoreless. Bottom of the first in Boston, Red Sox and Orioles are scoreless. Got more of the Rip City Drive with Chad Doing coming at you right now. All right, my good friend Colin Amos from Goldberg Jones Divorced Man has reached out to me. He is on his way. He's going to be in studio coming up at 4:20 to answer your questions. I'm going to share more thoughts on the NBA Finals and some of the key matchups we're going to see in this series. And I want you to reach out, 503-248-0620. That is your telephone number. And speaking of that, I requested that this guy call in because I wanted to hear his voice. He's a good friend and one heck of a guy, but most importantly, he is the biggest New York Knicks fan that I know, and he's got to be thrilled with his team back in the finals for the first time in 27 years. From Clark College, the one, the only East Coast Earl is here on the Rip City Drive. Earl, my man, congratulations.
Yeah, what's good, Chad?
Hey,
New York basketball.
Dude, I've known you for so long, and for so many years since I've known you, the Knicks have had struggles, right, to get it right, to find the right coach, to get ownership on track. And to see them back in the finals, you know what's great about this team? I love this group of guys and watching them play. How does this team stack up with some of your favorites over the years?
Oh, man, I love the way this team is playing. As you know, we never seen anything like this. You know what I mean? Running off, sweep after sweep. But I love the togetherness. It kind of reminds me of the team in '94 when we had, Ewing, Oakley. It just couldn't get over that hump. But I think we're going to do it this year. I really do.
All right. I love it, man. They are playing with togetherness, and Jalen Brunson's been awesome. Now, what was your mindset when they went down 2-1 to Atlanta? Were you freaking out like every other Knicks fan, or were you confident they're going to rebound and get things on track?
I'm going to keep it 100 with you, man. No, I didn't have any doubt. Everybody around me was like, the Knicks is done. Wait till next year. But I'm like, it's not, man. Yo, this is the Hawks. They only won by 1 point on those games, and I just have faith. You know what I mean? And whatever they did to go ahead and come together and flip that switch, that's what they did. So that's what you're watching now.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. And it's great. Like when I'm happy for Mike Brown because I'm going to keep it real with you, East Coast Earl. When they fired Thibodeau and hired Mike Brown, I thought it was a disaster decision because I'm like, what, Mike Brown? Are you kidding me? And really, he's been a key player in all of this because it was him who made sure the guys, and I love this maneuver, and I know you've heard about this, he sat down with the guys before the playoffs began and showed them video of last year's series against Indiana when they clinched the series to show what their faces looked like, what it was like to shake the Pacers' hands. He wanted them to remember that moment before the playoffs began, and then it was he who made the adjustments to get Towns into a facilitator role, and the offense has been great ever since. So I got to give Mike Brown credit. I thought it was a disaster hire. It's turned out that he's had the right touch. I love that.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you, man, because I was really skeptical about that hire. I'm like, man, this dude couldn't do anything with the Kings. Now he's coming here. But, hey, I'm eating those words, and I love what he's doing with Cat because, tell you, that's the equalizer in this whole series right there. If he can stretch out, Wemby and have him not guarding the paint like the alien he is, yeah, I think we got a chance. We're going to win in 6.
Yeah, okay, so I'm glad you brought up Cat. What I think is if you take Brunson out of it, I think Cat has potentially the best opportunity to win the MVP. And the reason why is this, is that the Spurs are going to start out, my guess will be putting Wemby on Josh Hart. What Towns has got to do, they're going to probably have Champagnie or one of those other wing guys on Towns. He's got to dominate that matchup, put the ball on the floor, attack the rim, hit the three. He's got to force the Spurs' hand to put Wemby on him. And then when that happens, Wemby will be forced to come away from the rim because of Towns' ability to stretch the floor, and that's going to open things up for Bridges, for Brunson, and the rest of the guys. So I think you're right. Towns has got to play big. And then on defense, I actually think that Towns, because of his length and his girth, he's got the ability, if Wemby's on the block, to at least provide some resistance.
Absolutely. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head right there. And I also think, man, the sleeper in this whole thing, the whole reason we win this is if OG Anunoby shows up on both sides.
I love OG Anunoby. And you know what's great about the rest the Knicks have gotten? He's been kind of nicked up throughout the playoffs, but now with the extra rest, he's going to be at 100%. And the other key I love about this is that, the guards, Stephon Castle, Dylan Harper, Vassell, the guys who are able to really attack the rim and be aggressive against the smaller Thunder perimeter defenders, well, now they're going to be running into more resistance because of Bridges, Anunoby, and the bigger guys on the perimeter for the Knicks, Josh Hart. I think that's an advantage for New York, and I don't think the Spurs guards are going to have the freedom of movement that we saw against Oklahoma City.
Neither do I, man. It's a much different team. And even though all the haters been saying we haven't played anybody, I beg to differ because, in sports, you play who's in front of you. You know what I mean? Just like, the Patriots last year. I'm sorry to mention that with your Broncos. But, yeah, you play who's in front of you. But we ain't going to beat the Patriots this year. We're going to go ahead and punch them in the mouth first, and we're going to go ahead and get it in 6. I told you.
Okay.
I'm telling you. I'm going to be back. And when we get it in 6, hopefully not 7. But 6, yeah, I'm going to be right back on here.
Well, the good thing is if it does go 7, the Knicks, with their experience, they've got the ability to go into San Antonio and get a road win. But let me ask you a question. What is your biggest concern with the Spurs? When you think of the matchup as a Knicks fan, what are you concerned about the most that the Knicks must limit? What is it?
Well, definitely Wemby, number one. We got to I'll let him take all the three-pointers he wants, but down in the paint, no, that's a problem. So we can go ahead and neutralize him. That's cool. We'll definitely have a chance. But also the shooters, they got Champagnie and Castle. Castle is a beast on both sides. That's the one dude I'm scared of. But I think, with our lineup, I think we're going to go ahead and make him work harder. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
I think he's going to be tired.
So what's your plan for tonight? Are you going to watch the game alone? Are you going to watch it with your lady? Are you going to go to a place where there's other Knicks fans? What's your approach for game one?
Well, normally I got a bunch of Knicks fans here, but of course it's a weekday, so we can't get together. So I'm gonna be watching it. I'm gonna have my uncle, who's my die-hard, on the East Coast. We're gonna be watching it, together.
Yeah. All right. So how are things going at the culinary school out at Clark College? What's up with you, man? How are things?
It's going great, man. We're about to wrap up here. Finals week is coming in, not next week, but the week after. We got a big circus coming on, a bunch of acrobats coming out from Montreal next week, open to the public. So if you're at Clark, Monday and Tuesday, come through at 12 o'clock. We'll be there serving food, and you can see a good acrobatic experience worldwide.
Okay, here's what I want to do, and I'm hoping you will agree to this. If the Knicks win the championship, I want you to pick a day after the title is won where you come and hang out in the studio with me, and we can celebrate New York Knicks basketball. How does that sound?
Oh, most definitely, man. I'll come through with my Willis Reed jersey. Yeah, we can go ahead and chop it up, no doubt.
Okay, then that's the plan. If the Knicks win the title, you come in studio, we hang out and celebrate the Knicks' victory.
Absolutely. Like I said, Knicks in 6. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. There he is, East Coast Earl chiming in, man. I love him. Everything about East Coast Earl. He's excited. He's a big Knicks fan. That's a long-suffering fan base because they've been garbage for quite some time. And then when they have been good, they haven't been able to get over the hump. But I like this squad. And I think what was the word he used there? Togetherness. That's what I see when I see the Knicks play basketball right now. And I see the same thing with the Spurs. You have two teams that are playing for one another. And I like that. I like teams that share the ball, play for each other. There's some passion. I don't need Wemby crying after Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals, to be honest with you. You didn't win the championship. Why are you crying, man? You got work to do. It's a little bit weird, but that's okay. He's young, and he's French, so maybe that explains that. It reminds me of Wesley Matthews. Anytime they talk about Batum or anything that Batum would do that was a little bit different, Wes was always like, well, yeah, he's French. And that's my response. Like, why is Wemby crying right now after the Western Conference Finals? He's French. Okay, that explains that. 503-248-0620 is your telephone number. Game 1 tonight at 5:30. Spurs right now favored by 5. And it's going to be pretty sweet. So I think game 1's tonight. How are they going to do it? Is it going to go Monday? I think it's going to go Tuesday, Thursday, no. What is it, Monday? Yeah, I think they're going to play Monday, not the Sunday game, which is very bizarre because normally they play game 3 on Sundays. But let me just double check that. I think it's no. Today's Wednesday. Duh. Wednesday, Friday, Monday. The first 3 games. Telephone number 503-248-0620. 503-248-0620. All right, let's go out to line 1. Line 1, you're up on the Rip City Drive. What's your name and what's on your mind? Line 1, you're on the Rip City Drive. What's on your mind? Yeah, that happens. I tried to surprise the caller just by answering the phone, and then what do you get? Dead air. I think I stunned him. Like, why is this person talking to me right now? What's going on? Oh, yeah, and by the way, why is it on days where you need to be somewhere at a certain time, nothing goes your way when it comes to traffic? The lights, you hit every single one. And again, the city of Portland, why do we have the worst drivers ever here in the state of Oregon? Complete buffoons. And I'm sorry, but if you're in the left lane and you're driving anything, man, you're on their way. I was in a hurry. You're clogging up the left lane. You're not helping anything, man. You're only irritating. I was in a hurry. You're clogging up the left lane. You're not helping anything, man. You're only irritating people. Oh, my gosh. That stuff just drives me crazy. Going slow in the left lane. People that back into their parking spots. All right, let's try this one more time. Let's go to line 1. Line 1, you're on the Rip City Drive. Welcome to the show. What's on your mind? Line 1, fire away. I don't understand. Is it like, am I lost in translation? Gosh dang it. That's what I get for trying to do things on my own. Then again, if I had someone that was paying attention to the phones, I wouldn't have that issue. 503-248-0620 is your telephone number. Colin Amos, Goldberg Jones, going to be in studio. He'll answer your questions. And we'll find out if he's going to do any wagering on the NBA Finals. He's more of a college football and NFL guy. What about the NHL Finals? Stanley Cup Finals? Are you doing anything there, Colin? NBA Finals? No? Do you like the value in the Knicks at plus 160 for the series? What do you think about that? But yeah, I've decided that I do not want the Blazers to go after Giannis. He's going to be 32 coming up next year. The Blazers are going to have to give up a bleep ton of young assets. And I just don't know how much he's got left on the tires. That's all. Let's go back out to the phones. Let's grab Trevor. Trevor, my man, you're on the Rip City Drive. What's on your mind? Fire away.
Hey, Chad, go Braves. I wanted to talk a little bit about Rick Adelman. I grew up in Southern Oregon, about halfway between Roseburg and Eugene. And my freshman year of high school, 1990, 1991, we came up for an FBLA event, and just seeing all the banners, the huge banners up at the silos by the Coliseum. I had a Bust a Bucket tape from around that time period. I think it was produced by Z100. It was a fundraising thing for that the Blazers put out, and it had a bunch of the Blazers singing kind of a rap hip-hop mix called Bust a Bucket. And, I think he was, at least my lifetime, the greatest coach of the Blazers, and I think that was the best time to be a Blazer fan, was late 80s to early mid-90s.
I would agree, and most of the people that covered the team, they would agree with you, not only that was a great time to be a Blazer fan, but he's probably the best coach in franchise history based on the work that he did.
I agree.
Well, Trevor, I appreciate that, man. Bust a Bucket was a great song. And Rick Adelman was a great coach and beloved by many. And what a legacy he left behind. 56 years he was married, 12 grandchildren, and he was a great success with the Trailblazers, Kings, Timberwolves, and the Rockets. So wherever he went, aside from a short stint at Golden State, he was great. And a great, innovative offensive mind. And Bust a Bucket is a great song. All right, if you're on hold, stay there. We'll get to your calls. Colin Amos, Goldberg Jones, Divorce Men, is going to be in studio next. He has just entered in. He's going to answer your questions, and we'll find out if he's going to dabble in the NBA Finals. 503-248-0620. You got the Rip City Drive. All right, very happy to welcome in studio my good friend from the law offices of Goldberg Jones, Divorce for Men, 1-800-DIVORCE. Colin Amos is in studio, and it's very simple. If you're a fake consultation and point you in the right direction, and every month he comes in studio to hang out and consultation and point you in the right direction, and every month he comes in studio to hang out and answer your questions. And so, Colin, I love what you just told me, where I was wondering, and I was mentioning this before you got here, I wonder if Colin's dabbling in the basketball. I know you're big on college football and the NFL, but you made a very good point. You're like, I'm not going to watch because I know if I do, I'm going to want to dabble.
Oh, yeah. You got to be careful. As a true degenerate gambler, if you start watching, baseball is the same thing. If I start watching baseball and I'm lost, and you don't know what you're doing. But right now, the finals, I could step in.
Yeah.
I could step in. But I've been intentionally on the weekends or anytime I have free time, I go out and I work in my property. I'm building a wall.
Yeah.
So I'm doing all that stuff to keep myself distracted so I don't walk in and start getting hooked because I'll be watching every series.
Now, in your line of work, like as a lawyer, are there busier times of the season, or is pretty much it's all the same workload year-round for you guys? How does that work?
There are ebbs and flows. I mean, during the holidays, and different issues that come up. So during the holidays, you're dealing with a lot of enforcement proceedings. Hey, they're not letting me see my kids, and I have made plans over a winter break, and we have to file an enforcement and contempt proceedings.
Yeah.
People are trying to hold off on filing a divorce till you get through the holidays. It's like, they're holding on. They have a consultation maybe, but they're like, I'm just going to get through this. I don't want to ruin it for my kids. After the first of the year, then yes, the kind of floodgates open. Then we're like getting close to summer. We're going to be on vacation. Don't want to mess that up. So it's just this ebb and flow of issues that you deal with. And, but yeah, I would think it's a little more quiet over Christmas, but I'm still sitting in there busy taking calls because, dysfunction happens and you got to call somebody.
Well, that's interesting. The good news is I was looking at the calendar yesterday. You and I are both football degenerates. Like, we love watching college and NFL football. So we're now at the beginning of June. So we're really about 6 weeks away until camps open up. And
I'm trying not
really
to watch the
OTAs
even. I'm just trying to, that Garrett trade come down, and then I got sucked into it because being a Seahawk fan, that was
oh
huge.
My gosh.
That was huge.
The Rams instantly went to odds-on favorite to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And I was down at Spirit Mountain to host a drawing yesterday, so I did my show down there. I was talking to Justin, the sportsbook manager. They had a few people come in to get futures in on the Rams.
You know it. I think it's a big mistake. I think it's the right thing to do, but ultimately it's better for the Seahawks. They got these old veterans that they put a lot of money into.
Yep.
I don't think Stafford's going to make it through the season without getting injured.
That is a great point. And the point I brought up with Justin yesterday, I said, look, on paper, the Rams look great, but I think it's to invest in them in a future to win the Super Bowl. I think it's a fool's errand because my big question mark would be, is Matthew Stafford going to stay healthy? Remember last year before the season began, there were question marks about the back.
Yeah, his back was bothering him. Didn't even play in the preseason.
Yeah, so if he's healthy, they're going to be legit. But I would say that anytime you see a veteran team, the injuries are going to be a massive concern. Now, what I'm hoping is I want Stafford to remain healthy because if so, just like we got last year, the Rams and Seahawks going head-to-head. But think about that division now with the Seahawks defending champs, Rams who just got Myles Garrett, and the freaking 49ers are coming back healthy.
Yeah.
That's a tough division.
That's brutal.
Because 4 games, think about this if you're Mike McDonald, great defensive coach, great head coach, just won a Super Bowl. 4 games a year, he's got to match wits with Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay, 2 of the best coaches in the game.
Yeah. That's how I look at the futures as far as trying to bet on. You pick your quarterback and you pick the coach.
Yeah,
you can
most important combination in the NFL.
Yeah, and if you don't have them both, you got to go with one or the other. I mean, so you got a Joe Burrow. Okay, you got a great. Can he stay healthy?
Yeah,
but he's a great quarterback. So you can Josh Allen and you got Mahomes. Even if they don't have the money to maybe build the team, you got the great quarterback, and then you got these. Look at what Vrabel did, and I wouldn't call the quarterback a great quarterback. He was developing, and they had their schedule, and we have all these reasons. But
when you say look at what Vrabel did, what are we talking
I'm talking
about? Football?
Yeah, we're talking about football. Everybody knows the other side, but that's just normal behavior for those guys, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
All right, take a listen to this. I just wanted to run this by you. I'm sure you've seen it, but for me, it's absolutely dreadful. So the Broncos, the first 6 games of the year, you talk about schedule. Take a listen to this slate here for the first 6 for the Broncos, Colin. Monday Night Football, first game of the year at Kansas City with Patrick Mahomes presumably on the field. Come home, you take on back-to-back home games against Jacksonville and the Rams. Very nice. And then you travel to San Francisco and then a trip to L.A. to take on the Chargers. Back home for a Thursday night game against the Seattle Seahawks. That is brutal.
That's brutal. And Jacksonville is going to be good.
Of course.
And that's probably the easiest game they have in that, what you just mentioned. And no, they're going to be good. They came alive last year. I know there's
You could play good football and be 2-4 in the first six.
Yeah. That's why I'm hoping, can we play our divisional games later in the season? Let the 49ers do the 49er thing. Get everybody injured by halfway through. Kittle can't play. Brock Purdy's injured. You get everybody injured because that's what the 49ers do.
Yeah.
And then just hope. Well, I shouldn't say that. You do want the rivalry, but I don't know about Stafford.
Do you like the Seahawks taking on the Patriots in the first game? Like, do you want that rematch, or would you prefer they're playing a different game?
Really? No, it's just not.
It's not really a rematch. The Seahawks destroyed them.
It's kind of a boring start.
Well, here's
I
what
get
I
why
do
they
want.
do it, but it's kind of boring.
I want, what my hope is that it'll probably be on NBC for that first game. I want NBC to hire Diana Rossini for one game to be the sideline reporter for the Patriots and Seahawks. How great would that be?
That would be great.
Doing a pregame interview with Coach Vrabel.
That would be good. That would be good, yes.
Just saying.
I like it. As a divorce attorney, I love that stuff. That's right in my wheelhouse right there.
All right, Colin. He joins us every month to answer your questions. And we got some questions for you, Colin. So let's go ahead and take a look at what's on tap for you today. First question, if I get a divorce now, would I still have access to my wife's inheritance when her aunt passes away?
See, I love questions like this because these are things that I've been doing this for 30 years. I wouldn't think of this dynamic.
I wouldn't either.
But people ask these things, and I'm like, well, it seems like, well, of course not. But these are I get these questions all the time, and
so they're legitimate questions.
They're legitimate questions, but the answer is absolutely not. No. I mean, first of all, inheritance is separate property.
Yeah.
Because
when you say separate, that means if I'm inheriting X number of dollars, that's coming from my family. It's separate from your spouse.
Let's just say that you're happily married. Let's just say you're married.
Yeah.
So if you were married and you received inheritance, that's not marital.
Okay.
It goes to the individual unless they're named in the will, which no spouse is really ever named in the will. That is separate. And as long as you keep that property separate in a separate account, don't put name on titles.
Don't mingle it with your money with your spouse. Okay.
That's right. And so just if you're happily married, it's separate property. And then certainly once you're divorced and future inheritance or things like that, absolutely not. So
what we need to encourage this guy to do is to don't get divorced now.
Right.
Have your wife mingle it into the joint account and then get divorced.
Now you're talking. There's a good divorce guy thinking ahead. That's right.
So the answer is no, you will not have access to your wife's inheritance.
No, unfortunately.
All right, next question. Can you pay a lump sum or do you have to make payments for spousal support? My guess is you've gotten this question before.
This one's all the time because, we primarily represent men. Probably 80-90% of our clientele is male. Most men are the ones paying spousal support. Most guys really don't want to pay spousal support. So the only way around it is to maybe consider a buyout. And so I'm going to give some nuggets here that even a lot of attorneys aren't really aware of. If you prepay the spousal support and write a check and they cash it for the duration, that can terminate the spousal support without any ability to modify it. But the more particular answer to this question, we do lump sum buyouts all the time. Don't pay the full amount. Like if you have 3 more years left on your spousal or 2 more years, you should get a discount for cash today. So don't if you have to pay $30,000 over the next 2 years. My rule of thumb is 70% of the face value is as much as you should pay for cash today. Otherwise, just pay it slowly over a period of time. Inflationary adjustments, the ability to potentially modify it. You lose that if you give her cash today, but it should not be the full face value.
So there could be a negotiation then if you're looking to do a lump sum. It's like, hey, I'll pay you 70% of what I owe you over the next 3 years if you want the lump sum now.
And a lot of women like that because it's cash today. You dangle that in front of them and they can't stop grabbing at it. And, but it's a premium discount for cash today, just like anything, you're buying out. Yeah.
Well, that would work too. Like if you go into a car dealership or if you're looking to buy a big ticket item and you've got cash on hand, you can probably negotiate a little bit better.
Little bit better, but if you have to buy it over a period of time, they're not going to charge zero interest unless they got too many cars. You know, there's a few times that has happened because they're just trying to move cars, and they're willing to have a zero interest loan. But pretty much you're going to pay interest on the loan, just like here. Why would I give it money away without getting something back for it? Because I could invest that money over the next couple of years
and gain interest on it.
Yeah.
All right, Colin Amos, Goldberg Jones, Divorce Men, 1-800-DIVORCE is the telephone number if you're facing a divorce or custody issue. Next question, Colin, how is secondary education factored into child support?
Well, let's talk about it as it applies in Oregon.
Okay.
Because Washington's different. Oregon, it's built into the calculator. The child support calculator is a 2 plus 2 calculation. You just plug the numbers in. You plug your income, her income, number of kids, and how many overnights you have, and it spits out a number. That number is, even though it wasn't built to deal with college or post-secondary educational support, it's still what the court will expect as your contribution towards kids in the college.
Yeah.
So if it's $500 a month in child support and your child turns 18, then you pay the $500 directly to the child and they go on. So that you don't actually pay the cost of college. You have a contribution requirement under Oregon law. Under Washington, it's a little more difficult. It's better for attorneys because they haven't had a real hard way of handling it. But there's a contribution requirement. A lot of times as attorneys, we say, okay, you break the cost of education no more than what an in-state public institution like University of Washington, the high water mark, would cost, and then you break it into thirds. And 1/3 is the child's responsibility, 2/3 are the parent's responsibility, and then you break the 2/3 responsibility into proportions. Like if I make 60% of the income, I pay 60% of the 2/3 of those costs. But if they're going on to private school and that's 50, 60, 70,000, no, the high water mark is usually something like the UW.
Okay.
So it's more complicated, which means that attorneys have to argue about it more to get to a right number. It's an important number to get to. Oregon, you just plug it into the child support calculator and we're done.
Okay, that's good information. Very interesting. Next question for you, Colin. My wife and I are trying to get a divorce, but no certificate can be located. What's the next best step from here?
Are they talking about a certificate of marriage?
Yes.
Don't need one. There's no universal record keeping for getting married or getting divorced. So you can have a certificate in Italy. It could be a certificate in the United States. It could be in Texas, and you don't need one. You just have to assert I'm married, and you file a divorce. Nobody's checking. Most people don't argue about that. We have had those arguments where we never got married. Well, yeah, we did. And then you prove it. And so we get into that occasionally, but usually people do recognize that, yeah, we did get married. I remember being half sober, and we did do some vows, and we didn't annul it right away. So I think we are married. And so you just file a divorce and nobody checks, and you just assert that you have been married.
All right, next question. Colin Amos, Goldberg Jones, Divorce Men, 1-800-DIVORCE is the telephone number. Colin, do second marriages have a better success rate?
I love this because I am really a bad marriage counselor and a good divorce attorney. That's it. I would hope so.
Yeah.
Hopefully people learn from the mistakes of their past. I don't have as much faith in humanity as a lot of other people.
Yeah, so based on your line of work, that's understandable.
That's right.
But what I wonder is that, and this is something I don't know the answer to, what I wonder is, in your second marriage, how long is the period of time from the end of the first marriage to the start of the second marriage, and how that distance of time waiting before you get married again, how that correlates to success? That's what I would be interested to know.
My answer would be anecdotal because there's no universal database for this. But usually what happens is if you're in a bad marriage, all the things that are going wrong, you get out. And there's other people out there that want to be in a relationship, especially with dating sites. And you find the person who has all the qualities your ex did, and you forget about the positive sides maybe your ex have. So you're willing to overlook the new negatives.
Yeah.
This dog has fleas, but you don't see those fleas. You just see the fact that doesn't have these negative qualities that my ex-wife had. And they get in quickly and they get married too quickly. And then they find out, well, these are different problems I'm dealing with. Now, that's a very cynical view.
Yeah.
But
I think it's a proper view. My dad always told me, and I didn't understand it when I was younger as much as I do now, but he just told me, he goes, pick your mate, pick your problems. Meaning, what he was trying to say was is that
I agree with that.
Well, what he said was, he goes, you're not going to find the perfect mate.
That's right.
They don't exist.
That's right.
So what you do is you pick the mate that has the problems that you're willing to embrace.
That's right. If they reveal those problems. And so people get married or into a relationship too quickly, and they can hide a lot of blemishes.
Dude, I'm the best at that.
I never golf.
Yeah.
I don't go golfing ever.
I'm a homebody.
Oh yeah, I'm home all the time. Never watch sports. Don't like to talk about it at all. Yeah. That
I rarely work too. Yeah, I'm the perfect guy.
You are. I agree with you on that one.
And what I've learned is that as I've gotten older, it's like I'm just brutally honest now. Like, look, my schedule sucks. I do this.
Well, that's why you're going to be in a good relationship. That's
I'm
what
set
gets you
in my
there.
ways.
That's going to get you to the right relationship.
Yeah.
It won't get you to the quick relationship. But so many people are hiding that. Women and men, and so they get into the wrong relationship again. We call them repeat offenders, where they're back and they're like, oh, I did it again. And every time I meet with people, I say, they say, I'm never going to do this again. I'm like, you're so full of it.
Hey, the one thing I've learned about human beings, and you know this, like we say that, but the desire to find love.
You want to have a partner.
Always.
You want to have a partner. I just tell them, when you're in Vegas and you're thinking about, this is great, I love this, I'm going to get married, just call me and I will tell you about my day. And you're like, oh, yeah. Let's just sober up first. So yes, I mean, but it does work. But I don't know about the success rate.
All right. What I want to do, if you got time, is let's honor the clock and we'll come back and I got a couple more questions for you. Cool with that?
Yep.
All right. Colin Amos. Coming online at GoldbergJones-OR.com. More with Colin when we come back on the Rip City Drive. At GoldbergJones-OR.com. More with Colin when we come back on the Rip City Drive. A few more minutes. All right, my good friend Colin Amos hanging out for a few more minutes to. All right, my good friend Colin Amos hanging out for a few more minutes to finish up the questions that came in for him. I'm curious, you call your office Divorce Men Goldberg Jones because you represent primarily men, but you do have women clients. So are the majority of females, are they coming in based on referral, or how does that work? Because I love that women reach out to you, but what are the situations with women when they do reach out to you?
Yeah, and the reality of it is marketing in Divorce for Men, not many women are thinking, I'm going to call them. But there are some that call just, hey, do you represent women? I get that call all the time. Do you represent women? And a lot of our female clients come referrals because we've been around for 30 years.
Yeah, a long time.
And we know all the judges. We're in court on a regular basis. We have a good reputation.
And knowing the judges and the courts and everything in the area, that's critical, right?
14 attorneys. We're in there on a regular basis, and we only hire very experienced attorneys. So a lot of litigation experience. So we have that. And so we get referrals.
How many total attorneys do you have in your office?
14 in the Portland office. Well, if you include me, I wouldn't even call me a real attorney.
But you don't go into the court, do you?
I don't.
Yeah.
That's what people, because I do all the consultations, and the joke, which is true, and that's why it's funny, is like they say, well, why can't we have you? And I'm only good for the first hour. After that, I don't know. And I have to MapQuest my way to the courthouse, which is an old school term that doesn't, there's no MapQuest anymore. But I don't even know where the Clackamas County Courthouse is. You don't want me.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. And for you youngsters out there, MapQuest, before we had Google or Waze, like for instance, it was so funny because the Don Coss, who I worked for in Woodburn, when I first started getting into radio and I was calling high school games, I would show up at his station. He would have a box of equipment for me to hook up and call the game. And he would have a piece of paper, which was the map for me to know how to get to this small little high school.
You'd have to print it out. You go on there, you MapQuest it, you print out the directions, and then you follow those directions. That's the old school way. So that's my joke.
And that was a big deal back in the day. Yeah.
But we're right across the street from Multnomah County Courthouse, and I haven't been in there yet.
Yeah. So you do the consultation, and then based on the situation, then do you refer them to an attorney based on who you think's best to represent them?
We have excellent attorneys, but we have 5 former district attorneys on staff that are excellent litigators, really know how their way around the courtroom, and that's really helpful because even in restraining orders, when you're going to court, so many family law attorneys do not have litigation experience because we settle most of the cases.
Yeah.
These guys, let's go. Let's go to court. And when you have the confidence to say, I'm ready to try a case, I'm not afraid to go into court and make my case.
Yeah.
There's a lot of attorneys that don't really know evidence, don't know how to make the right objections. And so they're intimidated by that. So we have an advantage just because we have that background. But yeah, a lot of experience in our staff. And so, but because we've been around for 30 years, because we're one of the largest firms, we have 14 attorneys, a lot of referrals. So a lot of women are calling because of the referral aspect. A lot of women who feel that maybe they're the quote unquote man in the situation.
Yeah,
as far
the
as
breadwinner.
The breadwinner that they're going to have to pay spousal support. And so they call us because you probably deal with spousal support from the payor's perspective more. Yes. Or from the custody perspective. And it's true. But and then there's moms and new girlfriends and wives that, they're pulling in their daughters or things like that because of their family members have been with us before. So
fascinating. Colin Amos, Goldberg Jones, Divorce for Men, 1-800-DIVORCE. 2 more questions for you. Can my wife take my disability money in a divorce?
A good question. This is because a lot of people, VA disability is pretty prevalent. You have 30%, 40%, 60% VA disability. So you get your VA disability and you get your other income. Disability is not divisible. They can't take the disability, can't garnish it, can't get it. However, it can be used in the calculation of child support. All income can be used in the calculation of child support. And the thing that gets me on this is disability is not divisible, but it can be used in the computation to determine spousal support. So while they say, no, we can't take your disability, if you're using it to determine how much alimony I have to pay, you're essentially indirectly kind of taking some of it. But directly, no. But indirectly, in that setting, yes.
Okay.
But it's not a divisible asset.
All right. I love this question because I love animals. Colin, how are pets divided up during a divorce? And how often? What I want to know is how often do the pets come up in conversations you have with your clients?
It's a big deal.
Yeah.
Because
if someone tried to take puppy shots, I would be like, "There's no way in HE double hockey sticks this is going down."
Yeah, my dog Winslow would be my wife and I. We've been married 31 years.
Who would get Winslow?
Oh, it would be a battle. And so this is what I use.
You both love Winslow.
Oh, love that dog.
Who does Winslow love more?
Me.
Okay.
Easily. And everybody in my family
and
will acknowledge
your
I
wife
am
acknowledge
number one.
that?
Oh, she'll acknowledge I'm number one. My daughter's number two. She is number three, and my son is number four. So if I'm around, the dog is with me. So I work out in my
I like that
stuff, and my dog follows me everywhere. His nose is up my ass.
I don't wish a divorce for you and your wife, but I would like to see a battle between you and her for Winslow.
I don't. That'd be an expensive battle. Which on this question, when I was so again, I've been practicing 30 years. So my second year, when I used to actually go to court and do all these things, this guy came in and said, "Well, how much does a divorce cost?" And I said, I don't know. And this is when I would answer that question.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know better. I said, don't have kids. You've only been married 2 years. There's nothing, no property, no retirement. There's nothing to buy. Maybe $1,500. This was like 29 years ago, right?
Yeah.
And $12,000 later, he got the dog. Now that dog was not a special breed of dog. It was a $200 dog at the time.
Yep.
And I didn't see it coming because it wasn't important to me. I didn't know that this dog existed at the time, and I didn't think anybody would spend that. And so at the end, he said, "We won." I go, "I don't think we won." He goes, "Yeah, we got the dog." I go, "You spent $12,000." "Yeah, but we got the dog." I go, "We won." So that just showed me that, hey, clients have deeper interests, and what they think is important and what I think may be important it can be different things.
Interesting.
So I don't give the quote of how much it's going to cost because they may have a dog.
He won.
Or whatever the dog is.
That's all he wanted was the dog.
He wanted the dog. And so his wife spent, probably $15,000, $20,000 not getting dogs.
She did not win.
She did. That's a clear winner and loser in a divorce right there.
That is.
But as far as pets being divided, yeah, it happens a lot. We have a lot of pet custody situations where we figure out parenting plans just like kids every other weekend with the dog. Back and forth. They even have financial assistance, like child support, pet support, insurance. But it's important to realize that while people fight about it, the courts still take a view that it's just property. It's like a couch. It's like it's not an animal, and it's not a kid.
Yeah,
it's just property. So now we're trying to figure out, well, who registered the dog? Who bought the dog? Was this a gift for your wife at Christmas or what?
Yeah.
And can be a
so you
mess.
don't have to set up a parenting plan for puppy shots then.
No, just don't get married, man. And get a prenuptial. Include puppy shots.
Yeah, the puppy shots is mine.
That's right.
If we ever break up.
That's right.
Dude, you're the best, man. Colin Amos, Goldberg Jones, Divorce from in 1-800-DIVORCE. He comes in every month to answer your questions. Thank you, my friend.
That's great.
All right, we'll come back. Spirit Mountain Mike wants to chime in. I want his take on the ABC. Right now, the Spurs favored by 5. Hey, before you go. Right now, the Spurs favored by 5. Before you go. Woo! It's now 5 o'clock. Chad here. What's going on, my friends? The NBA Finals are going to kick off tonight, coming up in 30 minutes. It's game one. The Spurs hosting the New York Knicks. Right now, San Antonio favored by 5. The Knicks have only played 4 games since May 10th, and that's because they've won 11 straight games in the postseason. This will be the first time the Knicks have been in the NBA Finals in 27 years. Checking the Major League scoreboard, the Mariners had their winning streak of 8 games snapped as the Mets get the win at T-Mobile Park by a final of 7-1. White Sox shut out the Twins 8-zip. The Tigers 7, the Rays 2, and Tampa Marlins over the Nationals in D.C. 4-1. And a couple of games that are going on right now. Phillies lead the Padres 1-zip in the bottom of the 6th in Philadelphia. Bottom of the 4th in Boston. Red Sox 3, Orioles nothing. Guardians and Yankees tied up at 1, top of the 4th in New York. And top of the 4th in Cincinnati, Royals 2, Red zip. All right, you know the rules on the show. If Shacker's going to be kind enough to play Phil Collins, I'm not going to talk over him right away. It's just inappropriate. Final's going to kick off here in about 30 minutes from San Antonio. And what's going to be pretty cool with the NBA Finals being on ABC, I think NBA Tonight with Charles, Shaq, Kenny, and the crew, they're going to be covering it. And so I think Charles is pretty excited about that. And that's going to give him an opportunity to talk about the big women down in San Antonio and crack up Shaq, which is great. Kind enough to hold my man Spirit Mountain Mike. I run into him all the time down at Spirit Mountain Casino. Can't wait to get his take on the series. Let's go there right now. Mike, my man, what's up, Spirit Mountain Mike? What's on your mind?
Hey, Shannon, you know what's going on.
So what do you got going tonight? What action do you have on game one tonight?
Well, I'm still carrying some momentum from my 7th game win there in Oklahoma City. I kind of like that.
Great work.
And, yeah, did all right on that one. Now, listen, here's what I think is going to happen, Chad. I think they're going to carry that momentum right into the first half. And I think they're going to have a real strong first half. San Antonio, I'm talking about.
Excellent.
So you can imagine what I did on that one.
Yes.
Bit bet.
And what did you get that line at? What were the Spurs in the first half? Were they -2.5, -3? What's the line you got?
A -2.5.
Oh, interesting.
So that means they'd have to be ahead by 3. And I kind of like the over on that. I think these guys are going to put up some numbers. But here's the second half. I think things start coming down to earth a little bit. I got the 4.5 plus New York in the second half.
Excellent.
I think those legs can start catching up with them towards third and fourth quarter.
Well, that sounds pretty cool.
And emotion.
No, it's great. Now, who are you pulling for? Take the wagering aside. Who are you pulling for in the series? Spurs, Knicks? Like, what do you want to see happen?
Well, being the better than I am, I really don't have the Blazers are my team. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a good series. A 6-game series. 2 weeks ago, I would have said if Oklahoma City made it, if they were healthy, I like them over the Knicks. But I thought if the Spurs won it, I think New York would beat them. And there's a reason for that. I just think that it's New York's time, believe it or not. I think they got some bigger bodies, and I've seen them play a couple halves. I don't care who they're playing against. It looks as good as basketball I've seen all year long. And so I think that's going to it's going to be a little rusty that first half, but I think New York's going to come on. Now, listen, San Antonio could win this first game. 4.5 points, I think, is quite a bit. They have to win by 5. So, they could still. I could still win, and with the 4.5 points from San Antonio, still win this first game.
Oh, there's no question about it. I think you're going to win that first half wager, my friend, and I appreciate you calling in. I like the Spurs to win game one. I do expect a split before they go back to New York, but I would expect the Spurs tonight. You know, with a long layoff for the Knicks, and traditionally over the last several years, favorites in game one at home have done very well. So I like the Spurs tonight, but I think the Knicks come back, get game two, and then we'll head back to New York evened up at one game apiece. Latest line I see is Spurs -5. So it's going to be interesting to see how this series plays out. I'm really excited about it because I think we're going to get some compelling basketball. Like the Knicks they're game. They're ready, and they've got experience. There's no question about it. 503-248-0620 is your telephone number. For those of you who follow these type of numbers, right now, according to Odds Logic, the total, and depending on where you look at it, we're getting a lot of late Spurs money coming in. So we'll see how things shake out. Like I mentioned before, there are a few keys I'm going to pay attention to. Wembanyama's mindset, his mentality, how aggressive is he going to be game to game at looking to establish his position down low, because he's got to be a factor and dominant in the paint. So that's going to be critical. How the Spurs guards, especially Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle, are able to perform against the bigger bodies that the Knicks are going to have against them, namely Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby. Karl Anthony Towns has got to have a big series for a couple of different reasons. In fact, he would be my pick next to Jalen Brunson to win MVP if the Knicks are to win the series, and here's why. We know that the Spurs are probably going to put Wemby on Josh Hart to start the series because they're going to dare Josh Hart to shoot the three. His numbers, he shot a career-best 42% from downtown in the regular season, and I think he was hitting 49% of his corner threes regular season, which is a great number, obviously. But those numbers have come down in the playoffs. I think he's shooting around 31% from three in the postseason, 36% from the corners. They're going to dare him to shoot. I mean, that's a smart way to do it. And the reason why they want Wemby on him and dare him to shoot is because that frees Wemby up to be able to roam and protect the rim. Now, how Karl Anthony Towns fits into this is very simple. If they're going to put Wemby on Hart, that means they're going to use Champagnie or a combination of guys on Karl Anthony Towns. Now, for Towns, he's going to have the size advantage on Champagnie or whoever the Spurs would like to put on him next to Wemby. So he's got to make them pay, meaning he's got to be aggressive. He's got to look to get his shot. He's got to put the ball on the floor and attack the rim. He's got to put pressure on the Spurs defense and win those matchups. And if he does, and Karl Anthony Towns becomes a big factor early in the series, that's going to force Mitch Johnson to make some changes, and you'll see Wemby have to make the adjustment and play Towns. If that happens, or let's say Josh Hart, like Alex Caruso, gets hot from downtown, that's going to draw Wemby away from the hoop. And if you can draw Wemby away from the hoop, that's going to open up some driving lanes for Jalen Brunson, Mikal Bridges, who's been really effective in the mid-range game of late, OG Anunoby. Like, you want to get Wemby away from the basket. So you either do that by forcing the Spurs to put Wemby on Karl Anthony Towns because he's having such a big series and winning the matchups against Champagnie and those guys, or Josh Hart gets absolutely on fire from downtown and the Spurs have to make adjustments. But if Wemby is able to roam and play in the paint and protect the rim, then life's going to be difficult. The other thing I'm wondering, too, is Jalen Brunson. He is a spectacular player, very stout for a man of his size. His footwork is unique, and he's very good at understanding angles and being able to get his shot up. Well, the challenge for him will be going up against not just Wemby protecting the paint, but these guards, especially Stephon Castle, Dylan Harper, physical guys who are great at the point of attack. And I just wonder, and thank goodness they had rest, but over the course of a series, Jalen Brunson's going to have to work his ass off to get to his spots and get a shot up against those physical guards. How's he going to hold up? I mean, that's a big question I have. So we're going to find out. But I'm going to keep an eye on those matchups. And then, you know, the Knicks have been absolutely on fire. Basically, anyone that's putting up a three right now has been hitting the shots. They're going to have to continue to hit threes at a great clip to be able to win the series. So that means the role players, Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, Landry Shamet, Karl Anthony Towns, Jalen Brunson, they're going to have to hit threes at a high clip. Is that going to continue? It certainly has since midway through the Atlanta series. I mean, they've been white hot. And does that continue? So those are the things I want to see. I'm not worried about the Spurs guards. I would have thought by now the young guards, especially Harper, would have shown their age in the postseason, but they just continue to play like vets. And so I just don't think they're going to play like young players in the finals. I mean, they just faced the biggest test they could face with Oklahoma City, and they won a Game 7 on the road. So I think those guys are going to be well prepared. And then I think for San Antonio, just like New York, they're going to have to continue to hit threes as well. That means Devin Vassell, Julian Champagnie, Harper, Castle. There you have it. The other key, key or X factor, however you want to word it, De'Aaron Fox. Fox is the one guy on the floor who's got experience. He's got playoff experience. He's got a lot of speed when he's got the basketball in his hands. I really like his game, and hopefully those 3 days off allowed him to heal up a little bit so he can be close to 100%. But he could be an X factor in this series too. So keep an eye on him. So I guess if I had to pick the two players, if you take Jalen Brunson and Wembanyama out of it, the two best players for each team, I would point to Karl Anthony Towns as the most likely player after Brunson to win the MVP for the Knicks if they win the championship. And for the Spurs, I would lean towards Stephon Castle because of his playmaking ability, three-point shooting, and especially his defense and the job he might do on Brunson. So after Wemby, I'd pick Castle, but right behind him would be De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox could end up having a big series. And when I talk about guys getting hot, like Landry Shamet was 11 of 12 from downtown in the Eastern Conference Final. What player or unknown player that we're not thinking about right now may rise up and have a big series? I love role players, unsuspecting role players who step up to have big moments in the NBA Finals. We've seen big moments from guys like Derek Fisher, who was a role player next to Kobe Bryant. You can think back through different series over the course of time, right? Different guys that step up to be a difference maker. The Pistons had that against the Blazers with Vinnie Johnson. So we'll see. We'll see how things shake out. Michael Cooper had many great moments in the finals for the Lakers. So there's going to be role players that are going to rise up to make a name for themselves or have a dramatic impact. I guess one of the best parts about watching these two teams play is I like games where you have multiple players making game-winning plays, and you've certainly got that from both these teams, which is cool. At 5:30, I'd love to hear your voice. You can jump on board and fire away. I'd love to hear your voice. You can jump on board and fire away. That's weird. I just looked up at the news. It's on TV here in the studio. It went from one story, man charged with fifth murder, which is crazy. Can you imagine killing 5 people? And now it says a story is celebrating Short Circuit, the movie. That was a good movie. Who's Johnny? Isn't that the song? Johnny Five? Who was that? El DeBarge? I think that was DeBarge. Who's Johnny? I'm not going to sing. I'm not doing it, man. I want to, but I can't. All right, we'll keep things rolling. Rip City Drive, right here in your home of the Blazers. Rip City Radio 620. All right, telephone number 503-248-0620. I apologize for the noise, but I'm making a little short cup of espresso right now. I missed my opportunity. I really needed to take a leak really bad, and so I went out to do that, but I got stuck. I ran into the only other person in the office building right now. I got stuck in a conversation, and I missed my window. So that means I'm going to be struggling for the next, 16 to 17 minutes. But I couldn't walk away from the conversation. You know, there's some people, and I really think these people need to be put in prison or at least have a strong, stern talking to. There are certain people that you get into a conversation with. You could be walking down the street, you bump into them in the hallway, in the office, whatever the case may be, and then they start talking, and it's like, I have somewhere I need to go, and in this case, it was to hit the restroom real quick, and they should be able to see in my face that, oh, maybe this person's busy because he's right in the middle of his radio show. Or maybe I've got to get to an appointment or wherever you may be and you run into someone. But you know right away it's like, oh, this person's not going to be able to eject from the conversation quickly. And you're screwed. And so I hate it when I'm put in a spot where I have to be like, I'm sorry, I got to go. So because someone else doesn't know how to cut off the conversation and recognize the situation, you have to shut it down and be like, I got to go. Have a nice day. So they put you in a position of not feeling good about yourself because you have to eject from the conversation because they started it, but we're carrying on for too long. Anyways, I missed my window, and now I've got to suffer for the next 17 minutes. Tony in Portland reached out, who is now boring. Chad, I love how you sing and then say I don't sing. It's because I don't. I do sing. I just am not very good at it. Reminds me of some of the girls back in the day that would say, I can't read that. I can't read that. I almost read that, Tony, but I'm not going to read that. How can I say what he was saying without saying it the way he said it? Oh, yeah, okay, I think I know a way to do that. And he was basically saying, like, you go on a date, and they're like, I'm sorry, I'm not that type of girl. And then after 30 or 45 minutes, their position changes. Let's just put it that way. I think that's what he was trying to say, if I'm reading between the lines. Also, this is pretty cool, but Dave Vesey, he had called in and was talking about this on the show, about the Blazers in 77 being the youngest team to win an NBA championship. And he did not want the Spurs to win if they were going to be the youngest team to win the championship because he wanted the Blazers to maintain that record. He said, hi, Chad. I just found out on NBA Tip-Off that if the Spurs were to win the championship, they would be the second youngest team to win. Yes! That's how I'm reading it because he wrote YESSSSSS. So the 1977 Portland Trail Blazers record is still intact. So now it doesn't matter to me who wins, but because the Spurs have home court and the alien, they probably have the edge. Yeah, I would say they probably do have the edge, which is why they are slight favorites to win the championship. And Wemby is an edge, right? Like that. And we were talking with Dave Deckard earlier, about the Spurs making this unlikely trip to the finals this year. No one picked them to go to the finals. Why? Because of youth. Youth. They were too young. Not enough experience in the postseason. And that's what I thought. But like Dave Deckard pointed out, Wemby's the X factor. He changes everything because he's freaking an alien, right? Like Dave's pointing out. So just so you know, like Dave just said, if the Spurs win the title, they will be the second youngest team to win a championship. The youngest team to do it are your 1977 Portland Trail Blazers. 503-248-0620 is your telephone number. Let's go out to the phones. Raider Mike wants to chime in. Raider Mike, welcome to the show, bro. What's up?
What's up, amigo?
What's up, brother?
How you doing, bro?
Excellent.
Hey, just pretend you're Raider Mike at the Pittsburgh airport, and Franco's right in front of you, and just let it go.
Just let it rip?
Let it go. Yeah, just let it rip.
Well, I would think about that, but the problem is they're remodeling the building, And they've just repainted the walls, and they've got fresh carpet down in the studio now. So I don't want to be the first person to soil the carpet.
Oh, why not? It's kind of like hitting Franco.
Oh.
You know, I did this. You know.
But that
Anyway,
makes sense. So if you're a Raider fan and you were punked by the immaculate reception, I can understand the bitterness that would flow through your body.
Well, I was a kid, little kid then, man. That was the first game I just lost my mind. I'm looking at my stepfather, go, "What's going on?" No.
Like they're not
This
going
is
to
not
count that, are
happening.
they? All right, here's a question for you as a Raider fan. Which play is more infuriating for you? The immaculate reception or the tuck rule with Tom Brady?
We should have closed the Brady game earlier anyway. We had opportunities to close it, and we didn't. The immaculate reception, they just gave it to Pittsburgh. You know, there was like 4 broken rules there.
That ball hit the ground. The ball hit the ground. It hit the flipping ground.
Well, no, once it hits Frenchie Fuqua, more of the French, you know, hit his helmet, that's it. Game, that's it. It's over. Anyway, let's just stop talking about it. By the way, shout out to Shaq. One of the most coolest Genesis songs ever made that no one ever plays. Just a job to do.
Great song. It's a great song.
Well, King, it's fantastic. It's about a hitman. It feels like, okay, Freddie and Queen, you got another one bites the dust. Watch this. This is just going to be as good, and that bass line will be irritating. I love Queen. I kill Freddie Mercury, but I can't listen to that song anymore. So anyway, it is what it is.
Do you like singing Zeppelin?
Alien.
Do you like singing Led Zeppelin?
That's my favorite band. I sang, what was it, Kenny? I sang Stairway to Heaven. What, 4 years ago when Kenny left us?
So Led Zeppelin is your favorite band of all time?
Oh, easily.
Okay.
It's not even close. They're fantastic. No, people, when they come out to see me sing, they're going to get Cashmere, Fool in the Rain, and if I find a KJ that's got the right program, In the Light, is my favorite Zeppelin song ever.
I think my favorite
good.
My favorite Zeppelin song of all time is Over the Hills and Far Away.
That's top 5 to me, bro.
Great song.
I sing that every now and then, but the people want to hear Cashmere.
Of course they do.
Fool in the Rain.
Yeah.
All of My Love. Whole Lot of Love. You know, that's what they want to hear, and they're buying me drinks, so they're gonna get that song, whatever the one they want at that time.
Hey, did you like the Hart rendition of Stairway to Heaven at the Kennedy Honors?
I didn't see it. I'll check it out.
What?
I'll look it up.
How
I haven't seen Hart sing Zeppelin.
Unbelievable, man. Can't believe you tell me stuff this is like, I do not understand you for not having seen that video before. It's legendary.
I'll work on it. By the way, that's one of the female voices I do.
What, Hart?
Is Ann Wilson. Yeah.
Oh,
I can do Hart. See, we're in North Carolina. You heard that, right?
I did not. What
Everyone
they say?
They have NASCAR. You didn't hear that? Well, it's NASCAR everywhere.
Of course. They love the drivers down there.
They have a bunch of mutants. It's in Appalachia. Everyone's married to their cousin. So this is what I've been dealing with almost 2 years, Chad. I want our golf. I need to just get out of this state for a while. I really do.
My brother told me that the people up in the Appalachian Mountains are crazy. He said like some of the craziest people you'll ever see. Is that true?
Oh, well, yes. They look inbred. I if their property is on a place where FEMA said and the state said you got to clean this up, I've had guns pulled on me here. You got to get off my property right now. Don't know why you're here. Well, we have you signed this, sir. Buford, you signed it.
Buford. All right, listen to this.
You've already said yeah.
Let me play. I'm going to play just a little portion of this so you can get a chance to listen. Then you can go look it up. It's on YouTube everywhere. So take a listen to this.
It's not bad. It's not bad, Chad.
No, it's really good.
She's one of the best singers in history. I mean,
yeah, she's great.
I love her voice.
And the cool part is Jason Bonham is on the drums.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
My boy. Oh, man. Man, I cried. That's one of the days I cried. When Lennon died, I cried. MJ, Prince, I cried. When Bonham went down, that was the first time I ever cried over a band member. That one hurt, man. It's like, what do you mean? I don't actually get to go see Zeppelin now? What are you, John? What are you doing? What are you doing? You got kids. Just stop your madness.
I do remember the album that came out. Do you remember Coverdale Page?
Oh, yeah. I love that album. It's a great album. But I mean, The Firm, Jimmy Page.
Yep.
With Paul Rogers from Bad Company. The Firm with Radioactive, and there's like 5 great songs on that. I mean, and the two first soul albums from Plant were ridiculous.
Yeah, really good.
And John Paul Jones proved he cannot do anything without the other guys. So it is what it is. Yeah. You're hitting my heartstrings, Chad.
Well, I try.
Man,
I try.
The tip off soon, bro.
I know it's coming real quick. I can't wait.
I'm gonna have to go. Hey, have you ever met the lady? Before I go, the lady who calls you skunk vomit?
No, Miranda. The interesting part about Miranda is that her and I have been communicating for over 20 years.
How long?
Over 20 years. And
me and you're just 7.
And I'm telling you, and the crazy part is, like, I've never met her. She's been in the same building as me at sporting events, and she'll take pictures of me and send them to me. I've never met her and had a chance to see her face to face. No, she won't let me. And I've called her, and she won't answer the phone. Never talked to her. Never seen her.
Dude, you have a weird stalker thing going there, maybe.
I don't know. I just
don't know, man.
And she sends me postcards from different ballparks that she goes to and stuff. So she's fascinating to me. I would love to meet her sometime face to face, but I don't think she's going to let that happen.
Bummer, man. What if she's hot and has this stalker thing going for you?
I mean, look, let me just be honest with you.
For you.
At this stage in my life, I'll just take whatever I can get. I'm not picky, all right?
Yeah, well, no, I know you like good-looking women. You're not. You're gonna. Okay, you're dumb. I can handle that. You know, I see what you're saying there. Shoot, I'm 61 now.
61?
You know. Yeah, I just turned 61 a couple weeks ago. It's weird but I still hang, with college girls. I'll just leave it like that.
All right.
Well, I sing at colleges.
I know.
That's all that's there.
I understand.
Let me say no.
No, I that's fine. Perform for the college kid. That's cool.
Yeah. And they realized the next morning this guy could be my grandfather. This is a one-time thing, and I'm good with that. Nah, it's
all right.
Okay.
All right.
I'm good with it.
Raider Mike, have a good night. It's a family show, Raider Mike. Good job with the singing. Jeez, Raider Mike. 503. And never mind. I love Raider Mike, but come on, Raider Mike. Travis, who is a huge Raider fan, I asked Raider Mike what brings more disturbance to his body, the immaculate reception or tuck rule, and he chose immaculate reception, but Travis has selected the tuck rule. I remember where I was at when I was watching that game. Crazy finish. And the Raiders got punked. And I can understand why Travis, that game, the tuck rule is more in his wheelhouse. So I can see if you're a Raider fan, I mean, you have a right to be upset. That was bullcrap. Absolute garbage. And that what's annoying is that started the Patriots dynasty. And that's the other question I have, too. Like, are we getting ready to watch the beginning of the Spurs dynasty? Isn't it amazing that we haven't had, it's 8 straight years now where we're going to have a different champion in the NBA? 503-248-0620. I'll tell you what else is annoying. Like right now, this happens every once in a while. I can't get the remote to work here in the studio. And so I'm relegated to watching this crappy news. So I can't flip it over to channel 2. It's like, come on, man. And speaking of Coverdale Page, Shackers just fire that up. All right, 503-248-0620 is your telephone number. We'll keep things rolling. I'm going to try and figure it out so I can get the finals turned on. I'll be back tomorrow, of course, with the Rip City Drive. We got a bonus segment coming up at 6. I'll be joined by Seth Hoyland of the Hops. We'll talk a little baseball before the Hops kick off their action tonight. You got the Rip City Drive on your home of the Blazers, Rip City Radio 620. All right, NBA Finals game number 1 is underway. And it looks like there's a lot of New York Knicks fans down in San Antonio. And the Knicks with an early 6-2 lead with 10:44 to go first quarter. But this should be a long and compelling series, which is what I'm hoping for. And early on, getting a little look at Karl Anthony Towns doing some work against Victor Wembanyama. But I think the overall size of the Knicks is going to be fun to watch. You know, they're just a bigger team than the Thunder and present different matchups. But I like the way both these teams play. And that is going to be interesting. 503-248-0620 is your telephone number. But, yeah, that's what Justin Ballinger, when I was down at Spirit Mountain yesterday, he told me that there were a few people that came in to, put a future down on the Rams. They are now the odds-on favorite to win the championship. I would say my only concern about them is just the health of Matthew Stafford. If Stafford is healthy and available throughout the course of the season, then obviously the Rams are going to be super legit. But it's just amazing how, you look at the quality of teams and the depth, especially with the quarterback play in the both conferences now, NFC and AFC. There's so many good teams. Like, we could be set for a big-time, really good NFL season coming up. And the NFC West battle is going to be great. 49ers are going to be even better this year because, they've got, guys coming back healthy. They were just eviscerated by injuries last year. Hawks are the defending champ, and they, have a lot of continuity from the group they had last year. And then you got the Rams, who were just one step away from getting to the Super Bowl. And I'll never forget that Thursday night game late in the year at Seattle that the Seahawks came back and won. And that was what allowed them to get the home field and get to the Super Bowl. And then they had that matchup in the playoffs, which is great. So it's just going to be really good. But Myles Garrett, that's going to be a potentially an NFC changing move if Matthew Stafford and those guys can stay healthy. And, football teams like the 49ers last year everything was set up perfectly, right? Their schedule was soft. They were talented. They had an opportunity. And they ended up making the postseason. But the problem is that they got destroyed by injury. And it's hard in the NFL to be consistent week to week on both sides of the football when you have a number of key players out. And so that's just going to be something to watch. Who stays healthy, who doesn't. That's usually a big key in the NFL playoffs. Right now, Knicks on top of the Spurs 10-7. Got about just under 8 minutes to go first quarter. And so far, it's been a pretty frantic pace over the first couple of minutes of the game. Teams getting up and down. For the Knicks, I don't know how that works. They definitely rested and have more energy, but I just wonder what it's like to get back into the mix after not playing, for over a week. It had to get back at that pace, up and down, and especially against a team that likes to move it as quick as San Antonio. I thought the Spurs did a really good job of pushing tempo and pace in that Game 7 against Oklahoma City. Like, they were looking to get out and run. And the Knicks did the same thing against the Cavs. Both these teams, they'll look to really get up and down the floor. They want to put the pressure on your defense. And I think that's a smart way to play it, where if you're aggressive and you really look to push the ball up floor with the pass, even sometimes after a make shot, well, what it does is it allows you to get up the floor and get opportunities before the other team has a chance to set their defense. And especially with the Spurs, once they set their defense, they're so good, especially with, the way their guards playing with Wembanyama. So we'll see how both teams continue to attack. Seth Hoyland going to join me coming up at 6. We'll get a bonus segment of the Rip City Drive. The Hops are going to be in action. The Seattle Mariners lose today, 7-1. The Mets get the win, and that snaps their hot streak. And that's okay, man. The Mariners playing good baseball right now. And after that game against the Mets, Seattle now is going to hit the road, and they're going to have a series that will kick off tomorrow in Detroit against the Tigers. So they'll get 3 at Detroit against the Tigers, and then they get 4 in Baltimore, 3 in Washington before they come back home mid-June to kick off a homestand against the Orioles and the Red Sox. So that's where we're at. So the Mariners right now playing pretty good baseball. Nice to see them bounce back. So they're on top in the AL West. They've got a 2-game lead over the Rangers, who are taking on the Cardinals right now. Guardians, a 2-game lead in the Central over the White Sox. And then Tampa Bay, a half-game lead over the Yankees in the NL East. Atlanta continues to dominate the NL East, 9.5 games in front of the Phillies. And the Braves sitting there at 41-20. Brewers, 5.5 in front of the Pirates in the Central at 37-21. They're playing good baseball. And, of course, the Dodgers. They've opened up their lead 6 games on top of San Diego, 6.5 over the Diamondbacks in Arizona. The Dodgers sitting there at 39-22. So there you have it. That is the latest. But if you got any thoughts, like if you have any predictions or thoughts on the series, you can reach out to me. With the Trailblazers, they're still going through their coaching search. There's no pressure on them to hire a coach, tomorrow. They still have time before the draft. And, of course, there's no draft picks, so they don't have to have a coach in place on draft night. But you probably want to have them in place before they kick over into the new league year with free agency starting at the end of the month and at the beginning of July. So we'll see how that shakes out. There's talk now. There's a new report from Sam Amick that says that Giannis would unlikely come to the West Coast. He wants to stay in the East, that it's unlikely he would sign in Portland. All I know is that after, going over it, thinking about the opportunity, I don't want the Blazers to make a play on Giannis. I'm all about the big move, and if they did it, I would get behind it, and I would hope for the best success. I just don't want the Blazers to sacrifice a bunch of young assets on a guy who's going to be 32 in season next year when he's got limited, we don't know how many years, what is it, 1, 2, maybe 3 of, peak level for a guy that's, predicated on athleticism, his game, and someone that doesn't stretch the floor because he's not a great shooter. But I do love Giannis. I just don't. If he were 26, 27, all over it. But he's not. He's going to be 32. All right, we'll come back, and Seth Hoyland going to join me at Hillsborough Hops, and we'll talk a little baseball. We'll get his thoughts on the finals. You got the Rip City Drive. All right, let's head out to Avista Stadium. Out in Spokane, Washington, we're joined now by the voice of the Hillsborough Hops, Seth Hoyland, who is going to be on the call tonight, and he joins us. Seth, it's great to have you back on the show, buddy. And the Hops right now, coming off a win last night, they're 6-2 in their last 8, starting to play some better baseball.
Chad, yes, thanks for having me. Yeah, no, the team has definitely turned things around over the past week or so. Last week, played the Everett Aqua Sox, the Mariners affiliate at home. Got up to a 5-game winning streak there. Lost the final 2 games of the series, and then picked up a come-from-behind victory in yesterday's game. Fell behind 5-0 yesterday, and ended up winning the game in a thriller 7-6. So all is good around here, and just added one of the Diamondbacks' top pitching prospects to the roster today. He'll be making the start today for the Hops. He was the 29th pick in last year's MLB draft, Patrick Forbes out of Louisville, so he'll be making his pro debut here tonight at Avista Stadium.
That's great. What can you tell us about his game? Like, what are his strengths? What's he going to be trying to accomplish tonight, Patrick Forbes?
Yeah, so he's coming back from a minor injury during spring training. He was supposed to be on our opening day roster, so he'll be around 45 to 50 pitches, 3 innings. He'll be starting the game today, but he's got electric stuff. He has kind of a 3/4 arm side delivery, but really rushes it up there, 98, 99 miles an hour, so he's a hard thrower. But, yeah, definitely, I mean, this is, his first game of the year. He pitched a little bit in the Arizona Complex League just to kind of get his rhythm going, but he'll be making his true affiliated pro debut tonight. And it'll be the first time I've seen him. I've just read the scouting reports from the MLB draft and stuff. But he was, first-round pick in last year's draft and is a legend from Louisville. So looking forward to seeing him.
Well, that's going to be a lot of fun. What's the atmosphere like in Spokane with the Indians? I went through Spokane for the first time a few years ago when I was driving out to Idaho. Beautiful area.
Yeah.
But what's the atmosphere like for baseball there?
It's amazing. This is my favorite venue to call a game, probably of any venue, obviously, other than our beautiful home field. It's an old AAA ballpark, but they've made new renovations to it. So they got a brand new video board out there in left field. It's a fully grass field, so real grass, real dirt, unlike most of the fields in our league. The traditional turf, obviously, with the rain and stuff, can be a challenge, but kind of has an old school ballpark feel to it. Has a short porch down the right field line, just 296 feet with a 4-foot fence in right field. So really, really short dimensions out there. Lots of home runs to right field. But it's a town that loves their team, and it's a really fun atmosphere. We're about 45 minutes away from Lake Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and so when we come down, usually once a year, we're able to, on a Monday, leave really early and kind of take a day and go out there to the lake. Last year, was able to have kind of a team outing on our off day, go out to Coeur d'Alene. Some of the guys golfed. Some of them rented a boat and went out on the lake and had a lot of fun there. But I got a story for you, Chad, and it's something that I think is hilarious. So I'm sitting here at Avista Stadium press box, which, again, an older ballpark. I'm way up in the clouds behind home plate, the highest of any press box I've ever been in. It's kind of like a big metal tin can. Anytime anybody walks, you feel it. It feels like you're in a boat in the middle of the ocean. So there is, to my left, just over my left shoulder, there is a massive hole in the drywall in the perfect shape of a baseball. And rumor has it that Travis Demers was calling a game here, filling in for Rich Burke years ago for the Hops. And there was a foul ball that came all the way up to the press box, whizzed through the window over his left shoulder, and got stuck in the wall. And to this day, there is still a hole, one hole in the wall, and it is from a foul ball that almost ended Travis's broadcasting career.
That is correct. So what you need to do, and he told me the story, and I think that's where he met George Brett, which is pretty amazing.
Yes, yeah.
So I love this story. You need to take a picture of that and tweet it at us so we can get Travis to recap the story because it's pretty awesome.
Yes, I will do that right after we get off the air. But there's one hole in the wall, and it's from his ball. It's kind of a more thin drywall up here in the press box, but it's a perfect baseball size, and looks like it hasn't been touched in years.
I love that so much. Now, for you, have you had any close calls with foul balls coming into the press box?
There's been a couple ones that have been close. Nothing that has actually made it up here. Now, we're so high behind home plate here. The netting in a lot of the ballparks, of course, goes foul pole to foul pole now, and they've extended the nettings behind the press box or behind home plate at a lot of the ballparks. So the netting covers a lot of the press boxes, like PK Park in Eugene, pretty much impossible for a ball to get in there. Our place, we haven't had one yet, but I do think a ball will make it in the press box at our new ballpark. Old ballpark, no chance of a ball getting up there. But really this one, there's one other ballpark in our league, Vancouver. So there's a funny story that I'm sure you've heard. Years ago, Rich was calling a game there. The windows in Vancouver do not open, so you're kind of enclosed in the box. And there was a foul ball that hit off the glass window and shattered into Rich's lap in the middle of the game. And Shacker has the audio from that. I mean, he was calling a pitch, 2-1 pitch, foul ball back. Oh, and you can hear the glass, and it just shatters everywhere, all over his lap, all over his computer. So I can tell the story, but that has not happened to me, thankfully.
Well, the great thing about Shacker is that he saves every piece of audio that you could imagine. So any of your best moments, your horrible moments, whatever you've got, Seth, he's got it on record.
I'm sure he's got it.
No, it's great. I love those type of stories, and I love the fact that you're right next to the marking in the wall where the baseball hit when Travis almost died, and they haven't changed it. Like, they're not going to fix it. Like, that should remain like that forever.
He swings and fouls it off.
There it is.
And would you believe it broke the plexiglass where I'm doing my broadcast?
That sounded great, too.
Yeah, loud break. But no, yeah, it's incredible. And that's a loud break. But yeah, that apparently went right in the lap of Rich. I don't know what he did for the rest of the game. If he just punched the rest of the window out and continue to go, I'm not sure. But yeah, that was many years ago, I think, pre-COVID that happened.
Now, when you guys go out to Spokane, do you travel by bus? How does that work for the team for these regional games?
Yeah, we're very lucky. We travel on nice luxury motor coaches. Northwest Navigator, one of our great partners. The buses are not like they used to be in the minor leagues. We have a lot of our coaches who played in the minor leagues. They played in the majors. They've experienced, how travel used to be in the minor leagues. You go to a town and you're riding on a school bus with no air conditioning, and you go to a hotel that's a Motel 6, in a not great area. And that is just totally different. I mean, these buses have Wi-Fi. They have TVs. They have reclining seats. Everybody gets 2 seats to their own. So it's by no means, I actually prefer it over a plane. I mean, it's very, very comfortable, smooth rides. So we take 2 full-size buses everywhere we go to give everybody enough room for their bags and equipment and things like that. And it's our coaching staff, our players, and then a couple team personnel as well. Myself, our trainer, video coordinator, things like that. That's pretty cool, man. That's awesome. I just like that. For a lot of players I know I've talked to, like, you get a chance to. You're spending more time around your teammates, so you get a chance to develop, more chemistry or a connection. And maybe some of the guys you haven't had a chance to be around too much, you get a chance to talk and find out more about them. I think it's good for relationship building. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I usually, try to mind my own business on the bus, but every once in a while, get into a conversation with somebody. And yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's, at the end of the day, a lot of these guys, I mean, when I first started in 2022, I was 24, 25 years old. So similar age to some of the guys on the team. And so I was able to build relationships. And now a lot of those guys are in the major leagues. So kind of extra special when that happens. Obviously, you have guys who you get to know, whether it be on the bus on a, 8-hour trip to Spokane or seeing them in the hotel lobby, things like that, but really kind of provides that extra special relationship. And now I know we were talking about Ohtani last time I was on, and now some of those guys who were on our team last year are in the lineup today. The Diamondbacks are facing Shohei Ohtani coming up here in about 45 minutes. That's right. Yeah, the Dodgers are in Zona for a series against the Diamondbacks, which is pretty sweet. Now, I have a lot of people that ask me this, so maybe you can reset it. For the new Hop fans or people that don't understand the league and how it works, explain the first half winner, the second half winner, and how they determine the playoffs. Yeah, so it's a 132-game season. There's 66 games in the first half, 66 games in the second half. Basically, the first half champion faces the second half champion, and it's about the third week of June that the records will reset. So because there's so many moves in the minor leagues, because the teams shift around so much, the players are different throughout the year. If a guy plays well for a month, they're going to go to Double-A, and guys get released, things like that. So the rosters from the beginning of the year look so much different at the end of the year. So they do a first half champion and a second half champion. So come middle of June, the Hops record will reset to 0-0. Eugene is in the driver's seat here in the first half. They're just games away from clinching the first half already. Everybody, the rest of the 5 teams in the league will then have a chance to win the second half. So if the same team wins the first half and the second half, it's the second best overall record in the league. Otherwise, it's the best record in the second half. So Eugene, in just a couple days, maybe even this week, they'll clinch the first half. They'll know that they have a playoff spot come September. And then the Hops will still have a chance to make the playoffs. And that's when you see a lot of the roster moves come. So there's a couple big position player prospects in low A that we expect to have around that time for the Hops to be able to make a push for those final 66 games.
Well, I think it's great that they do it that way because, if you get off to a slow start, like a lot of teams maybe go through a bit of a swoon, it allows you to bounce back and have a run in the second half if you're able to put things together. I think it's great.
Well, we talk about it too, and really, that the Hops' problem at the beginning of the season was the bullpen was a weakness. And coming out of spring training, again, depending on if a guy pitched a full college season the year before, or if they're coming off an injury, if they're coming off Tommy John surgery, everybody has different pitch counts, and it really affects the starting pitching at the beginning of the season. If you look to date in the Northwest League, I want to say like 90% of the decisions in games, the wins and losses, have gone to relievers because starters just don't pitch deep enough into the games at the beginning of the season. I mean, a lot of guys, they have a 60 or 70 pitch count, and that's not enough to get through 5 innings. And so the teams with the strong bullpens in the first half are able to really have success. And Eugene has a great hitting lineup. They have a great bullpen. And our team now, you're starting to see guys, throw 70, 80, maybe 90 pitches in a game. But as we get to the second half, the leashes and the ability for them to pitch deep into games gets bigger, and it just allows you to kind of restructure your bullpen as well.
Now, have you talked to some of the guys? Do they like that opportunity to go a little bit deeper and get, more pitches out?
Yeah, I mean, they understand, it's all analytical things as far as how many pitches they're allowed to throw on X days of rest. And when I first started, that was one of my big questions was, we have guys, we've had guys before who have been taken out of the game in, a fifth inning, and they have a no-hitter, and it's because they've hit their pitch count. And it's like, are they going to be mad or fight it? And they don't. They know that the Diamondbacks and the organization have, their best priority in mind, and they're all doing it for a reason. So although it may be frustrating to get taken out of a game when they have their best stuff or they're feeling really good out there, it's kind of set as a standard. They know what the expectation is. They know that they're going to be taken out of the game, and you're not going to see any like Max Scherzer situations, where he's yelling at John Schneider to keep him in the game in the playoffs and keeps the baseball. That doesn't happen. Patrick Forbes, again, our starter today, making his pro debut, one of the Diamondbacks' top prospects. He knows going into today he's got 45 pitches, and regardless of if he's given up 10 runs or he's got a no-hitter, that he's coming out of the game. So the expectations are pretty clear, and they don't really fight it too much.
But I would guess under those circumstances, like at least when you go in understanding the circumstances or the expectations, like exactly what you have. So I would think at least that's probably helpful from preparing you for that. So, hey, I got 45 pitches. I can go out there, I'm going to work on this stuff, and then when it's over, it's over. That's got to be nice.
Yeah, 100%. And then a lot of times, too, pending, a starter getting chased from the game in the first inning, a lot of the relievers know when they're scheduled to pitch as well. Again, in the early going of the season, you don't see high leverage back of the bullpen closer guys pitching back-to-back days. So, if your closer pitches one day, that they're not available the next game. Whereas as we get deeper in the season, it's still fairly rare for a guy to pitch back-to-back days in the minors at this level, but it does happen. As they try to, win more games and make it to the playoffs. You will see it sometimes, but it also helps the relievers as well. They, for the most part, know when they're going in and know when they're scheduled to pitch, and allows them to fall into a rhythm. Whereas, in the major leagues, you got to be ready at any time. And especially when you get to the playoffs, of course, you see the guys like Yamamoto with the Dodgers where he's, throwing 115 pitches and then coming out of the pen the next day. You're You're just not going to see that at the minor league level.
All right, who's your pick? Are you pulling for the Knicks or the Spurs? What are your thoughts on the finals?
I really think it is the two best teams left. That Oklahoma City-San Antonio series was incredible. I have a little bit it's so hard for me to watch Wemby because he is so good, and to just keep in the back of my mind that the Blazers were one ping pong ball away from changing the franchise forever and having him, it really hurts me to see him. But I do think the teams on paper, I think they match up very well. I'll be interested to see how the Spurs play at Madison Square Garden. Obviously, having a very young team, you have guys like Dylan Harper, rookies who are playing big rotation minutes on the biggest stage in basketball at Madison Square Garden. I'll be really interested to see how they play on the road. But I see it going 6 or 7. I think I got the Knicks, actually, but we'll see. What's the score of the game right now? I don't have it pulled up.
It's 27-19, so the Spurs are up by 8.
All right.
Jalen Brunson has gone back to the locker room. There's a couple of players tumbled, and it looks like he got his knee hit, so we'll see what his status is.
I might need to change my answer then.
All right, Seth Hoyland has got Hops Baseball coming up next. They're in Spokane to take on the Indians. Seth, I appreciate it, buddy. We'll catch up soon.
You got it, man. Appreciate it.
There's Seth Hoyland. Big thanks to Michael Shacker, Colin Amos, and also Dave Decker. You guys have a great night, and I'll catch you tomorrow at 3 on the Rip City Drive.